these celebrities, like they're on the cooties thing, they're pushing it. It might just say COVID. Not well, Joey said I like to record myself playing guitar. Wow, damn! I could never like. I don't know if I could ever learn a string instrument like that. The organ, like almost symphony with the organ in that, or I think it's something else. Someone else. Buckethead is okay. He said Jack. Well, quick search in the news here. Train wrecks. Because I call a lot of shit hoaxes, and that's based on the research of other people. Not everything's hoax. I know better than that. But what recently happened, by word, even though take down here and there to make them look like they're being persecuted. But anyways, like let's see what happened lately with the train wreck. More than a dozen trains have derailed in the U.S. this year. The fiery crash of was one more than a dozen train derailments reported in the U.S. Train wrecks. I didn't want to like look into it this second. Is rolling synthesizer Abinez a Akai drum these days?
So going. It's pretty interesting.
Hi, out there and hello.
He actually explains how there is a lot of man-made stuff out there, but they've just recently taken down two UFOs. But it's quite interesting what he says about it. I'll put it up on the page now. I'm just going through Ronald's page to transfer it. But yeah, it is quite interesting, and especially the way that he puts it, because yeah, he's pretty spot on, especially with what they've made and the things that they do, and how easy.
I've known about man-made so-called UFO since 1947. You know, the educateself.org is a website I found a long time ago. And when the Nazis came over to America and for the CIA, there is about that. Yeah, there's a lot of when they did all those movies and films about Stargate and Star Trek and all these quite intriguing TV shows and movies, they're all about to distract us deliberately. Yeah.
Absolutely. I've looked at that the same too. I absolutely love Star Wars, and just literally been putting it out there, Men in Black, and there's apparently Men in Black out there that actually get around. So they've been hiding a lot from the public.
Yeah, and that's a good take and hi, by the way. I like that. Yeah, I always wondered I love music.
Yeah, that is a good movie, Signs. Yeah. But and the Alaska one, have you seen that? That was based on true stories too.
It really, I haven't seen that. Like covered not that long ago actually, My Labs, which stands for anybody they can manipulate the brain with advancement technology now and the future of transhumanism. You know, I don't know, but that point of sorry.
Sorry. I thought you might have cut out there, though.
Yeah, it's what I know about technology now, like experimentation, I suppose, unlawfully being used for technology. I won't bore you all the details, but it's not pleasant. And all this, I knew straight. I don't know about anybody else, but my gut feeling knew straight away that was all a smokescreen. Because we're in that time of enlightenment of Aquarius, where it's really great to see people spiritually waking up, and people may not be aware of the dark side or these demonic entities out there. I've been listening into Book of Enoch, actually, of all things, and ancient texts into more. It's not angels; it's more fallen demons, in my opinion. I'm not religious per se. I was raised that way, but to do with spirituality or souls, and if you're either of the light or the dark, there's no in between, really. From my experience, anyway. And I'm sort of these dark energies that are planted around me just to try and feed off my soul. I think I'm strong, they can't feed off me. But I have personal experiences and recorded evidence of that program, also called um, military intel to come up with those type of scripts in the first place for the TV shows, the movie. We watches it and we're awakened to what's going on now. It's like, oh my god, I thought blood didn't know. And it's like, wow, isn't it awakening up to what the world is? It's like we live in ghosts, and here we are now.
And Gary actually made question all that, Faith.
Yeah, I record things I with it. But when you hear like kids, right, like for example, on the TikTok is always just a simple distraction. Unfortunately, is a big distraction, and people just doing it to make things, which I didn't realise at the time. But hey, I do now. And yeah, so I record these demonic. It's like when I stream on my YouTube channel, right, a couple of them anyway. I can't move for at least an hour, physically move my body, and these frequencies, not just 5G, it's more detailed than that. And when I found all the documents and patterns, they've had brain implants and then when I looked at the subject NK Ultra, which is trauma based mind control, hereditary family mistake in the way it's happened. And then as I got older, in my situation now, kind of thing, it's like I can hear. It's not like people above my flat with things down that. It's just like I'm picking up these frequencies can imitate change the human, because I'm they're countless about our souls in that regard, but they're messing about with the human brain. I hear about nature upload, the movie upload, for example, or the program upload on the TV shows is all about that. It was all about hinting to the computer. So for the future, with mega data, megaverse, with Facebook changing and linked to Neuralink, and all this futuristic type technology is a reality. So when I've recorded myself and I'm picking up these sounds of like yeah, plot. I have protection measures, but when I found these documents and evidence of and patterns, the design and it's very, very, very sophisticated. And I've seen people post legit videos of through the wall technology, like portals, like through the walls. And yes, at the time when people just look at UFOs, yeah, whatever. At the long, long time ago, I was fascinated by that. But then I'm living it. It's not just taking, people don't get just abducted by aliens. There's nothing to do with that. And all this UFO community, UFO communities and people speaking and making money, the real aspect is non-human. The aspects, I don't anybody knows how they have hologram technology covering of non-human entities over the souls of humans, and it's known as different races of they've always been on deep underground dumps, military bases. And all those years ago, don't know if anybody knows about the history of the pact being made with for example, why worker being hidden off on the public, being able to go over there if they wanted to. And but it always history into the 1919 and 1920s. And when you dig up all this and know what you're going through personally and recording what you do, the documentary is going to have humanity hooked up, a bit like that Matrix movie, for example, or that is a They got the technology. So why on earth would they use non-human entities, cover up the truth? And when they do, they literally, like, you're looking at a news broadcast, say, and people are stop-start videos, and you shift eyes on them. It's soul for the eyes. I always say that. And yeah, they make the videos so too true. They had hope technology for a long time. And on that educate yourself, it's a guy called I don't know if he's still around, Donald Marshall. He was taken quite a lot as a child in underground dams, and he witnessed all of these clones, the technology, human cloning, and that was a long time ago. I didn't know this for quite a while, and I started investigating. As I started digging, I was getting these demonic intrusions into my physical existence, but from my sleep, to hear me talking to people. Yeah, it's not like you're talking in your sleep. It's different, and I could hear the like assaults. I'll wake up with these marks. I've still got the marks on my body, and they're like they're not skin leeches like you cut your always say, oh, I've got marks on my body, I've been abducted by aliens. You're not abducted by aliens. They are working the military underground, very top secret stuff. And they have these portals as technology, i.e., as I said, Stargate kind of thing. And it's saying, oh, I can't go to sleep, you know, just generally we've got kids, or I've had them when they're on my bed or in the closet. I mean, I always say, listen to what they say, because, you know, nowadays you can have your cameras in their rooms, can't you? A monitor, baby monitors and things. But at my time when I had them, we didn't know them. But here I am now older. I know what I know is like, oh my goodness, what kind of living? But I just sort of had those pennies worth, because yeah, there's many people like me out there. The marks is with me. The marks they put. So whether they're implants, God knows, but they're under both my legs. They're in my head. They do the microwave hearing technology, which is all the low EMF frequencies into both ears. This microwave hearing, they call it, the technology. It's really is sick, really, to be honest, being tortured every day. But there's people around the world going through this, but they can mimic um, ordinary disease, man-made diseases, can mimic that. But it's all up to the research and patterns and documents. But if you speak out about anything specific that you're really going through, you're just going to be labelled as you're not quite with it, you lost the plot, that kind of scenario. And this is how they get away with it. So these inspirations. When you get all the white bands hovering around us, that symbolism to remind psychologically when you're waking up that one is it's in the Mind Labs program. And you are taken, once these non-human entities do what they do during the night to you physically, especially if you're a woman, then the black ops and military psychic operations remote viewing, and their programs for that. So You don't. They got. I mean, Men in Black film as well. When they have that equipment to wipe memory in that movie, that's the end. Nothing. But when you learn and connect to other people similar going through this, and you learn on the memory regression and start getting these slight memories back, you start keeping a journal, dates, times, and recordings. It's not when your mindset was asleep. It really isn't pleasant, but I'm glad that times are coming to a head where a lot of good people out there are waking up in their own way. But my opinion is that was the star seeds we were plucked out for some reason, developed these skills without knowing, and then we matured, and then this is our DNA. The human DNA has been manipulated for so long, and when you educate yourself and you find out, because I could say anything, but it's up to the individual.
Sharing your story, Truce. Yeah, you've hit some points there. My kids, see things a lot in our house, and then I found out got to dig yourself, hey?
Yeah, TJ. With your kids, here's a tip if it helps anything. I don't know if you have little if you have the infrared cameras, or even or the restaurant.
There, Truce. Infrared cameras. I'm not sure about that.
I've heard the infrared cameras might military version that I want to get, because they do pick up even the frequencies that I get affected by. And if that is put into your kids' room, and what if they say anything to you that what they're experiencing, and sometimes as a parent, perhaps you might think it might be just a dream or something, but a lot of the time, innocent kids, they don't know about what's going on in real life, do they yet? And I hope to goodness they don't what's really going on. But yeah, that's what I'm saving up for.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear you then. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask a question, really quick question. So a few nights ago, some of us were talking about astral projection. Is this tied to what you're speaking of?
Yeah.
Or is that something different?
No, 100% true. 100% spot on. It is real, 100%. It's not pleasant. When it's astral this is what they do in the underground dams as well. Yes, they can do it in your own home, but with my experience, many people like me, the astral projection. Sorry, I think they're hacking my phone again. I get monitored 24 hours a day, hacking all the time. Doesn't matter what I use. Sorry, did you hear what I just described? Did you hear what I responded to?
That
Yeah, majority of the astral projection is done via the military underground dumps. Soon after the interaction with a non-human entity that come and do the demonic things, and then the black ops, i.e., I just symbolize it, the Men in Black theory, um, because I'm always, you could tell if somebody's in the program. Obviously, there's symbolism going around physically in your environment. So yeah, they do with the Men in Black sort of technology will wipe your mind after, so you won't remember what you've done. And if you've got the astral projection and remote viewing, you're used by the military operations. But they do have technology to wipe your mind, so you're back in your bed and you wouldn't think nothing of it, because time, I'm not expert in physics at all, by the way, but time is nothing to them. The time spectrum in different dimensions is nothing to them. So, and especially with the war technology, I mean, they're like how many years ahead, goodness knows. But yeah, the evidence I keep recording. I hate going to sleep every night because I know what they do to me every night. So yeah, I have to physically somehow fall asleep, and I just pray to goodness with my. So go ahead.
What about if you do remember? Like, what does it mean if you do remember, or if you, like if you do remember, if you do see things in that time?
Okay, what
does that mean?
the little bits I remember is when I would play the audios back and my lights back, I can pick up the sounds and the movement and the physical on my person, and then if it triggers the memories, I have to keep straight away write it down, and then what I do is go on the dates and see a pattern, and
Does it mean the thank you. Continue. Have you forgot any? Have they used that Men in Black thing on you?
yeah, loads of time every night. I have to play the audio and my lives back, and I pick it up then. If I share that, I will get the most hacking on my main headphones going on top, because
You have to play a recording so that you remember everything,
yeah,
and then they wipe your memory with something similar to what we've seen in Men in Black, where you get flashed. So they give you basically memory loss, but in order for you to basically regain your memory, you have to play this tape.
yeah,
Is that correct?
yeah. On devices, I've got an old-fashioned tape recorder. They set me up to get robbed a couple of times before because I had audio evidence, a lot of evidence in my old tapes. So I always keep them on my bag. So there's a lot of serious stuff that goes on. I'm seen as a high target for them on a military basis, is high value for them for the future for technology, because they want all the humanity to be hooked up to their program.
But I ask another question.
Yeah.
So what is the value of not just actually just confiscating and have you missing? I mean, why would they, have you put you back and then have you under so much torture? Why wouldn't they just, confiscate you, as to say? I'm just trying to get my mind around, what it is that you're saying. I'm not saying that I don't.
I'm just learning.
Or anything.
Yeah, I'm
just trying to get the understanding.
Same here. I'm only just learning.
They take you from now and then to something which we've done, which I understand is like deep underground military bases, right?
Yes.
And that they're able to teleport you from your current location to one of these DUMBs with the technology of teleportation, and then you do like all of these sort of detrimental sort of experiments are causing you, you know, what you go through, which you're explaining now in your daily life. Well, but they take you from your home and then they bring you to this place by teleportation, and then they bring you back and then they wipe your memory.
I don't know.
To play a tape so that you get your memory again, so you remember what you did. Am I like summarizing it correctly? Because I'm just trying to put together what it is.
Yeah, I'm on the part of how they take me, and what technology they use. I'm really trying to pleasure from the audios and me keeping a journal because of the memory wipe. And when I play my audio back, um, I'm still in the middle of trying to work that bit. How the hell they're doing that, and which technology they're using because the memory wipe.
So another question, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, if I'm moved from one place to another, the only way for me, if I'm in, say, for example, a facility or a place that I don't recognize, the closest to my speculation of me trying to figure out logically where I might be is through accent and language. So is there anything in your memory or recollection of anyone that's around you, and what sort of languages you heard? Maybe that could give us sort of, you know, idea.
They don't.
Maybe where you're being teleported. Or does it matter?
No, don't use language. Non-human entities, obviously not use language. All these movies that come out with, they use the minds, communication with the mind. Have you seen certain technology they can use thoughts through the mind? Yeah, patterns.
Yeah, I got you. So are they taking your physical body or
It's
astral? Yeah, so I'm trying to. Are they? So, to my understanding, someone's coming and they're taking hold of you and they're taking you to one of these dumb places, right? But are they taking your physical, so the entire biology of you?
Okay.
And are they teleporting that whole entire biology to another destination, or is it through when you're sleeping?
It's when
you're
I
going
see.
through an astral projection, which is more like spiritual.
Yes. Second one.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so your physical body is sleeping in this state, and your spirit is outside of your physical body, and because your spirit is outside of this physical body, they've then come, grabbed you, taken you to where it is that they need to take you, and then they're experimenting on you and they're putting you back.
Yeah, and when you wake up, you feel the physical experience have been in your body. You feel the physical they've done to the physical body. Your spirit's back in. It's like the terminology also use is soul catching, and when you go into the soul catching, that they want to drain your energy physically anyway. So when you wake up and you feel drained.
Is this body?
Yeah, I know. It's hard if you're not used. Yeah, when you wake up, when you wake up from this experiment, you will feel the flesh being like it's exalted. You will find marks on the body. You don't know where the marks are coming from.
So you aren't physically touched, but you can feel. What you're trying to say?
Yeah, I'm really working on the technology, how they've used this as well. What type of technology, how they created the portals into the physical room. I'm still trying to work this out, how they're doing it. I'm super soldier. There's a really good I don't know the wrong rumble as well. And you've got people that, like me on there. I don't go in it myself, and they do testimonies, and they have gone through memory. So they've gone to somebody that specializes in gaining these memory wipes and reliving where they've been taken to, what jobs they've been deployed to do, around for that, or to do the to work with the non-human entities, and what program they're in. So yeah, I'm still learning. I'm still trying to work it out. So yeah. Helping them.
Contacts. And if you jump on there, he will start sending you email. But one of the people that, if I was in your situation, I'd want to talk to, because he's that's his area, is the actuals. His whole life has been based around it.
Wow, thank you. So what was his name again?
I'm just asking you.
Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. Appreciate that.
And my one's Christ as well.
Maybe the astral projection and this experience that you're describing are different, because I've had what they call parent projection, because it seems like that's what's happening. But I don't know, like it's my experiences don't sound like yours. So I'm just wondering if maybe it's
like, is your one where you're kind of looking at your eyes and you can't move nothing, you're talking and you're shouting, but your mind ain't, and you're making no noise. You're trying to move in your body, but your body can't move. It's like you're in your body, but you can't move it. It's like you're locked in there. You're like, bam, 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 help.
It's difficult. So I did some research, and I was sharing the other night that, you know, like there has been 3 experiences of that. One of them I've seen an entity, like, whereas like I've had this experience all my life and I've never seen anything, but one of the last times I've seen an entity, and one of the other times I can feel my astral body returning to my physical body, like I can feel the energy. And another time I can feel my body return as well, and it's like and the sensation actually made me bump my head on my headboard, you know. So it's like, so the last things that had happened were more, I would think that makes sense of what was happening, whereas usually it's like I go into such a panic that I think, you know, almost like trauma, like I was in a state. But the last 3 times I do remember feeling sensations, and I do us from the panic, and I do recall that I've seen an entity, but it's like it wasn't in this dimension, it wasn't in this world, it was somewhere.
That's right, and I'll tell you what I did last time. What I did to them, my parent told me, I cuss it out. I was frozen and I start cussing bad word and told it, leave me alone, you're jealous, you're fart dust. And I'm telling you, I swear within 5 seconds I went to normal state. So you see the next time, you end up in that state, try it. Instead of getting nervous, if you see something, keep know that it's there, like literally, and it gets scared, because the last time I went through it, it was like I went through it. I cursed it out so much and felt so strong against it. I was like, come back, bitch. Put me back in that state so I really get frightened of you. Don't get scared. The more you get
But
scared,
here's-
it's like you mess yourself up. But that's just.
But here's the thing, Eugene. It's like, because I've heard from different backgrounds, cultures, and all that stuff. You know, like they have different descriptions and explanations as to what is happening. You know, and from the Caribbean, as an example, they believe it's like an evil entity and all that stuff. And it's like, and I never held that belief. But then when I was doing some research, you know, like 3-4 years ago, it's like I came across a group that was talking about the sleep paralysis, and they were explaining how it's actually astral projection. So it's actually your spirit leaving your physical body, and that's why you have that feeling, right? It's like, so in one sense, it's like, what would you be cursing out, right? Because there's no threat if it's just your astral body leaving your physical body. And then no, hold on. And then when I seen the image or that figure of a thing, it's like it didn't cause me any harm. Again, to curse it out. But my sister and my mom have had a similar experience, and they both have said that they recite, you know, the Lord's Prayer as an example. Like they'll pray, and they say, and my mom will even say, like, she'll wiggle her toes, and sometimes that will bring her that state. But that's never worked for me. But at the same point, it's like, I don't think cursing is like, I don't think it's a bad experience, more so. Like so it's like I don't feel that there's a need to curse anything out to stop it. I think it's more so I want to learn how to be calm in the experience and learn how to navigate it without being panicked. And that, because astral projection is something that some people do intentionally. They, you know, like they use that experience to go to different dimensions and see different things, you know. But it requires them to be calm and to know the process, and to know that the feeling of not being able to breathe and talk and all that stuff is more so. And when there is a struggle in that separation, and so that, but because most people don't know that that's happening, they panic and they're just like, "What the F is going on?" But if we know what's happening, this is a then if we're calm to it, because lots of times we feel like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna die," but I'm like, we've survived it how many times, right? So we know we're not gonna die. We know it's not anything bad, because I know for me, it's like, you know, like when that state or that experience is over, it's like I don't feel bad, I don't feel exhausted, I don't feel there's no marks on me, I don't feel anything. You know, like, I feel like that feeling just when I'm drifting into that state is so uncomfortable. But at the same time, comfortable doesn't necessarily mean bad, especially like if you think about it as being your astral body is separating from your physical body, so of course it's going to be uncomfortable. But why are we able to do it, and what can we do when we're away?
Listen, you see, the next time it happens, right? You're saying, I'm going to fight. But I'm telling you this now, right? You see, if I don't come back, yeah? Well, right? I'm not going to get scared. I'm going to try and harness this thing. Like, see, if I don't come back, you see you.
You know what they say? You know what they say as well, Eugene? They say that there's something called a silver wire, a silver string. And the silver string is how your astral body knows how to come back to your physical body. They path is going to be fine. It's if it gets severed while you're away, then that's a problem. But look how many times we've come back. So.
Damn. All right, so I just need to make sure. Okay, silver string, and make sure I get back. Is it in time?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm staying calm, and I'm.
Yeah, you're going for a flight, so stay calm. And I say just try it, because once I learned that that's what's happening, I tell myself just stay calm, and then that's when I started, like when I mentioned about bumping my head. That's when I was just like, oh, and it was like when I came back to my, the real world, if you will, I was just like, oh, my astral body came back, and the trend you can make logical sense of what's happening, as opposed to before, I would have just been like, all time, you know, I would think irrationally. But when I started to realize, okay, I'm having this outer body experience, and my astral body has traveled. So when it comes back, obviously there's going to be an energy. There's going to be like some sort of transition that obviously my body energy. So if my physical head is too close to the headboard, then obviously it would make sense that it's going to hit, right? So at least I just say try it. I could be completely off, but that's trying to. So anytime I feel myself drifting into that state, I'm like, stay calm. You know, just don't panic. You know you're gonna survive this. You know, like it's not comfortable, but you're gonna be okay. And I try to coach myself through it in that way.
Well, Pat, like, you're a brave lady. Absolutely. Very good tips. I don't take them because they put me to sleep straight away with frequencies, and I can't do that procedure because I'm just 1 minute I'm talking, and then I'm put into deep trance, and I'm meant to be asleep, but it's not. You're in half sleep, half awake, and only when I feel the physical in my conscious state wakes up in the mindset, and then I feel all the physical effects. So the body is entwined together then. So yeah, good tips.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, and or yeah.
For faith.
Yeah.
Because what I'm an honest guy. Right now I'm trying to figure out if it's true or not, and I'm just being for real.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a career, but
No.
I'm just, you know, yeah.
It's
been ongoing for years, or just months, days. Like, how does a human being sustain such a long time?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You're saying you're being taken from one place to another.
Yeah.
And I hope I don't contribute to any doubt. I'm just really trying to understand whether I'm sitting down listening to something that's actually contributing to me actually understanding something.
Yeah.
I need to take a minute or two out.
Yeah.
Not to be so rude or anything.
Exactly.
But, yeah,
it's fine. No worries. No worries. We're all in our learning stages. Well, I didn't wake up to 2018 on the practical.
That they listen to quite serious.
That's right.
I'm being honest, I got a slight piece of discernment. I just want to, you know.
I don't share anything that I don't, you know, I don't need to prove anything, but I don't. Yes, but going through enough as it is in the practical side. But when you live, I've always been, since I didn't realise I was in this program until 2018, and then I noticed that the practical side first is the targeting, the gang stalking, the satanic side, the hostility in the practical everyday life, practical things. You think it's coincidence, bad luck? No. You learn eventually when things happen. I get run over, I get attacked by a serial killer, I get horrible things happen. You learn, long story short, is the spiritual attacks. I eventually learned by other sources and other contacts.
Sorry to cut you. So you've been attacked by a serial killer?
Yeah, and I've seen the demonic
art. They are identified as the serial killer?
Yeah.
Who's the serial killer? If you don't
I
mind me
can't,
asking?
no, I can't publicly go on record with that because it identifies
Yeah,
me.
go.
Yeah, it's I was horrifically used by UK national media and all sorts for a long time. So that's why I know certain
About what sort of subject you was used on UK national media for? What sort of subjects?
They just, I was the only survivor of him, of what he did to other women, should I say. And it's not pleasant to discuss in this platform. It might trigger other people too. Okay, so I can't mention too much about the situation. That period was 2002 when it happened, but I didn't know what I knew all those years ago. I didn't know this is all hereditary in the bloodline family, in the DNA. I didn't know it ran from my female line on my mother's side, and I didn't know it links to where we used to live in South UK. I didn't know it was linked to military. And so, yeah, I started piecing the puzzles, the practical things, everyday stuff together. It wasn't until about a year ago I started finding out that links to the spirituality side, because I've always was raised in an organised religion, shall we say. And I got out of it a long time ago. So I was anti-religion a long time ago. But as things happen and my mum passed away, that's when I began to see things happening. I got tape recorders in. I thought it was just demonic attacks to start with. Didn't know anything about technology. Didn't know there were such things as what I know now. And I wasn't alone. There was an alien abduction. I wanted to know what it could be. I was very skeptical. I stumbled across supersoldierstalk.net. I stumbled across his website. I started researching. I used to be into history, so I did a lot of digging around. So I go on facts, and I found a lot of documents and patterns with technology. I dug up about 1987, the man-made UFOs, technology, tested technology, and the rest is history. And then I just, first experience, I thought it was someone breaking in my home, but the doors were locked, and it was like, what? Am I making this up? Is it trauma related? Is it this? Is it that? And I started doing streaming, documenting, taping my sleep. Is it me just having a bad dream? So I ruled all these things out eventually. And then stumbled across, thank you for that link, by the way, Stephen, his information and what he shares, his YouTube channel and his website, he is spot on, 100%. So what he talks about is what many people like me go through, and yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like that's yeah, that's a lot, and I think we all like different experiences like that. Because I don't recall like any of my experiences being similar, but it sounds like yours is very descriptive and has been prolonged and includes a lot of different elements as well.
Sounds deep.
Yeah, it's like when you go through this, but on the practical side, it's like I'm physically disabled as well. They got me run over in 2009 to shut me up because I started it. I just I don't know what it was. I come across my phone keeps getting hacked. They don't let me talking. They don't let me look.
Right, so they got you run over, so they're trying to kill you.
Quite a few times.
As well as the serial killer.
Quite a few times.
So stop.
I don't know what is my idea. I want to use all the time. I really don't know. I'm still working that one out. And when I about the feeder thing, who's involved and how deep that rabbit hole goes. Yeah, I wasn't exposed, I wasn't a whistleblower, and I just stumbled across stuff. And so they had to shut me up. Why? I ain't done nothing. So, and they covered that up. I couldn't sue the driver. They didn't get the witnesses I had, all the people around that witnessed it all. And yeah, so they thought if I got a chair, rest that touching, but I have. So yeah, so I on. Like my situation is medical equipment, wheelchair. They keep sabotaging that. Build the 8th last year. And grace of God, there are garden angels around, because if they won't come to me today, I'll be dead. And that wheelchair is about to fall in the road in front of a car. It's a powered electric one, so that idiot bloke didn't put the wheel on properly and secure it and mend it in the first place. And it wasn't the first time. They keep doing that to make the wheelchair really dangerous to use. And yeah, so it's a lot of all this practically go through too. They block all my repairs and my home that I pay rent for. You don't get any help. You go through so-called lawyers, all kind of thing gets blocked. So I'm my own lawyer. I've studied law, so I know what I'm doing about practical stuff, but you still don't get remedy. And that's where the goal of the practical targeted. And the gang stalking is where the psychological side comes in when you're consciously awake, and where they use the frequencies on your body and your brain and into your micro hearing. And yeah, so it doesn't matter if you've got 5G Wi-Fi or whatever. It's the frequencies that's very advanced, the EMF waves and more. And the patterns are out there to research on top. So yeah, you get everything thrown at you. You got to keep going, yeah. And it's not just me. There's loads of people like me around the world, and but they don't always find it straight to talk about some things. You can't, because the communications they hamper with your laptops, you know, your main internet connection they get into, they jam your signals so you can't communicate to people. So yeah, if you're your generation that knows how to survive by the internet on the practical level, and you know, your communications, but don't forget they intercept your communications, your post, your mail. Yeah, they do it very, very, very well organized. But they ain't gonna get my soul, I tell you. I'm silly.
Yeah, well, it's good that, you know, like, there's something protecting you. And I think, you know, like, we all may have, like, these different, you know, experiences that are so unique to other people, and that seem, you know, just out of this world, essentially, which they are. But, and they have differences. Like, there's different elements, but I'm sure there are lots of similarities. And I'm sure, you know, like, if we have, like, a big group of people share different experiences that they've had, like, even there was a few people on the call a few nights ago, they were talking about seeing grays. Like there was one man who was talking about seeing, and then he seen like these entities in his room, and made a connection that when he had those aligned with something like a warning or something, you know. So there's lots of different things and meanings, and you know, like, and I guess like through our sharing, like hopefully we'll start to make more and more connections, you know. And I'll just share like one more experience maybe like that kind of aligns with what I was sharing with you. That one of the times that I went into this state with me at home, and I literally felt the energy, like it was almost like if I could see it, but I couldn't see it, but it's like, but it was because it's weird, but it's almost like I seen this entity of soul. Like I fell asleep, or I not I fell asleep, but I went into that state on the couch, and there was a window, and the window was open, and I felt this energy come into the window, and it felt like it climbed over me, right? And so I'm just like, what the hell is that, you know? So I felt it went down the hall, and you know, and it's like, and I don't know what happened after that, but it's like I remember going to Rosa. I'm just like, oh my god, like maybe it's going to, you know, like visit my, you know, it's the person who was here. And so I remember asking them the next time, just like, yeah, did you, you know, have a good sleep, you know? And then they didn't disturb you or anything, and they were like, they were fine. But it's like, but again, it's like when I started to make the logical connection, I'm just like, that was my coming back from flight from wherever the hell it was, and it was re-entering. It was going through the process of re-entering my physical body, and you know, like because I'm just not used to it, and it's like again, like one of the last things that had happened, but in the past because I never knew what was happening, but when I started making the connections after finding that group, I was just like, oh, you know, I'm just like, it was my return to my physical body, but I literally could feel the energy of it coming through the window with light, you know, when you think about it like that, and then back.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, it's just refreshing to know that we're not alone on this, and they'll all come out in the wash eventually.
Exactly. Can I ask you a question?
Oh, yeah, you go ahead.
I can't say you.
Oh, say that again.
I'll come right back. It's not working. 1 second. Okay, sorry. So tell me, have you experienced 5-10 years than you did when you were younger, or more when you were younger?
I think it's been. I can't say like whether it's been more or less. I think it's been the same. I would say it's the same. But something that I did notice over, you know, like if the trend is that there's been one place or maybe two places that I lived where it didn't happen, which I thought was really weird. But generally, like I'll experience it maybe 2 to 3. They say that people do it regularly, like not intentionally, but they do it regularly, and then people can do it intentionally. So I could be experiencing it more, but I don't remember. So, but the times that I do remember, it's like I'd say like maybe 2 to 4 times a year I have that experience that I'm conscious of. So I'm conscious of it, you know, like where it's like I'm going into that state and it's like, and I'm just like, oh shit, like here we go, you know? And it's like, and sometimes too, I catch myself before it happens and I'll stop it. Because again, like as we were talking about, it's not a very comfortable feeling. So sometimes I will get up and I'll do something, I'll smudge my room or I'll walk around and I'll, you know, I'll spray essential oils and all that stuff to kind of try to shift whatever I think maybe so it likely would happen more often, conscious of it, but sometimes I catch myself before it happens. But from my that place, I would say like 2 to 4 times a year that I completely go through that process.
Wow, that's awesome. See, I think that's so cool. I've never experienced anything like this before, but I've heard many people that have it. Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of similar but different, right? Interesting.
And what I've noticed is like certain people that you talk to, again, like, you know, like everybody has different cultural beliefs, and it's like, and I remember even, I know it's completely different, but I remember talking with some indigenous people and they would tell me about fireballs, and I don't know.
Lost you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, you can hear me?
Yep. Yep,
Okay,
good
cool.
now.
Oh, okay. So, you know, because it's like, it's one of the things, it's like, again, this is a big open group, you know, like we talk about just about everything, so it's comfortable, but it's like, but when you're just amongst everybody, it's like, go to somebody and be like, how did you sleep last night? Like, did you feel yourself like separating from, you know what I mean? Like, you can't really have those conversations with everybody. But when you do have those conversations with certain people, you never know the feedback you're gonna get. So I remember like asking some, you know, like some friends who are indigenous, if they know of anybody who's had that experience that we were talking about, and call it culture, like how they describe, you know, like what's their traditional take on it, you know, because it's like I've heard from, you know, people from Jamaica or some of them will say in their culture it's a spirit holding you down. A spirit comes and visits you in your room and it's holding you down, and you know, it just kind of has like a dark you know this experience, like since I was young, I never felt that. Like it's like possible, but I just never thought that was a thing, you know? So anyways, needless to say, I have indigenous friends telling me about, and it's not the same because it's not about like out of body experience, but they were telling me that they see, you know, like in their culture, like sometimes people will see like fireballs or fireballs, you know, like fireballs just appear out of nowhere and they just kind of like float around, but they know it is like it's a spiritual thing, you know? So all that to say, it's like, I think it's good that we have these I mean, it's great. We always have really great conversations on the call, but have conversations with other people, like in real, you know, like in the real world, it's like, you never know. I mean, even on the call, you never know what you're going to get back because like some people have the same experience or they'll have some, and they're like, and I think like one of the biggest connections is that we're like this plane that we're in, this dimension that we're in. And I mean, we know that's not the only one out there, but some people are taken into different planes or different realms and different dimensions going there, you know?
So where were you living when you did not have the experience at all?
I mean, I was still living in Toronto. Like the first place I was living was in Toronto, and it was in this condo, and I just remember when we moved, and we didn't live there long, but I just remember like when we moved, I was like, oh, didn't that experience, and at that time, and this is like maybe almost like 7. When I would drift into that state, I didn't like it. It's such a weird experience. Like you feel yourself, you're in it, and you just want somebody to come and help you. I mean, first you want to fix, like your next thought is like, oh my god, I have to call for help. I need somebody. And somebody could be right next to you, and there's nothing you can do. So it's like this a very, you feel very powerful, suffocating. Like it's so bizarre, but it's like, but you feel like you're suffocating, but you're not. It's almost like you feel like there's something. Not that you have a pillow over your face, but it's like you feel you can't breathe, you can't move, you can't, like your body feels like. Find yourself on the floor, and then you'll hit the floor, and it's like, and this is all gonna end, but you can't move, so it's not a comfortable feeling.
That'll wake me up.
So I think like that's one of the reasons why I will notice, or why I took notice of when it didn't happen, because I'm just like, oh, well maybe something, the way I used to think, I'm like, well maybe something in that place that wouldn't trigger me to go into that state, but everywhere else it's like I've had it, and again, like it's not like one time a year, usually it's multiple times. And I mind.
When's your birthday? What month?
March.
When's your birthday? Do you mind me asking where you were born? March? Is it the beginning of March or the end of March?
The beginning of March, so I'm Pisces.
Okay, yeah, in Pisces, yeah. And do you mind me asking you where you were born?
In Montreal.
Interesting. Okay, see, and Pisces is the heir to God, right? Yeah, the final son of God. That's, interesting. Are you sensitive?
Do you read? Yeah, very, very, very. Do you read chart?
No, my whole completely attached to astrology, and I just can't help myself. Like I just learn things and I ask questions about it, and I don't even really want to know most of the time, but it's just part of like how I differentiate people's characters, which is probably bizarre to some people, but yeah, it tells me a little bit about a person, like about and it's for me. So when you're born under a relation, right, you carry that energy of that constellation, and that's my true like understanding as it relates to my research, or my my knowing now at this point. And yeah, so it's curious to me that it's Pisces and it's there. It's the love, it's the transcended. Well, not transcended, but it's the sign that the giver, right? The sharer, the lover. And what is do you know what your astrological moon sign is and rising sign?
My rising sign Taurus, and then my moon is Libra.
Wow. Okay. So are you really homebody then?
For the most part, and then my other favorite place is outside in nature. So mostly like with earth, like so hiking or being by water. So
I have a Taurus moon sign, but I'm very analytical. I have a Virgo rising sign. Yeah, and I have a Virgo rising sign. I just want to feel things, right? I don't want to always have to know, but I can't help it. Again, those things, you know.
Right. Okay, you're
Fire.
Aries.
Yeah.
Okay, so fire, and then Virgo is water. Is it? No, it's
Earth is also Earth. Yeah.
yeah.
And then I'm around.
Yeah.
All my kids are either Earth or air, and my husband is an air, which drives me a little bit because I love how free they are being in Aries, but Aries also likes to be more grounded, you know, be more present, and I don't get thinkers, so I find myself more, I don't know, attuned to water signs these days because, you know, they're the thinkers, I find, you know, so like Cancers.
Really, it's a gift, you know, like if you don't come across people who are drawn to or who know astrology very well. Like it's like I find like it's like either you're good or you're not.
Heard anything. There's some talk in Canada.
Yeah, but that's my whole thing is that my very first question, why am I here, right? My question that I first asked God, I was like, well, what's the purpose? You know, right? And then, and I don't think that I've ever had an answer per se. I'm not one that I thought was. That being said, yeah. So for me, it was like, okay, so what, you know, like I was born. So what is what is all the ideas that's attached to birthing? Like, you know, these kinds of things. And this is why I went into I was into sports. I mean, that's why I do what I do because I didn't know what else to do. That's all I am good, you know? So it was like the body and how things worked and our minds and stuff. Yeah.
And what answer did you get from, you know, like about your purpose that you didn't like?
Oh, there is no purpose. It's all experience. And you might think that so far, yeah, basically on my quest now, it's been many, many years. But yeah, I would ultimately say that there is no purpose. It's just an experience. And ultimately, my final perception of it all is it's you know, it's you experiencing yourself. Let's just put it that way.
And do you think, and it's like gonna make this mean, but do you think that sort of aligns with? You remember when Neo went to go see what was the person's name, the character's name, when he went to go see if he was the one, and she was just like, "You're not the one," you know? Kind of, you know what I mean? Like it was kind of just like, "No, you're not," you know, like you're on it, like it kind of.
100%. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like it's only you. You are everyone. You are everything and nothing. Right. It's just
right.
And I mean, I get that, but it's so being analytical. It's like you're kind of like, so you're not the one, or you are the one. Like, I mean, whichever side of the coin you want to look at, right? And so you can either be the victim or you can be the hero. You know, I mean, and yeah, it's just so true. At any given situation, like you would think that people. So, for example, let's say you broke a world record at an Olympic event, okay? And everybody else would, or an Olympic record at an Olympic event, everybody else would think, wow, that's amazing. I feel amazed by that. Da, 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 da. But if that person had trained and had an expectation they were going to beat their time, which was better time that they got the Olympic event, they might actually claim a victim role and say, oh, well, you know, it's because of the whatever, let's say it was in swimming, you know, it was because of the pool temperature or you know, the whatever. And so even though you're a hero to the rest of, you know, your part of you, if you're willing to only focus on your whatever you perceive to be whatever you were expecting, it didn't come true, right? So I mean, that's just the truth. So
right, and I think like this sort of ties into like what we were talking about the other day, and of course, like not to bring it up, you know, like to revisit that argument, but the idea of advantages and the idea of, and if we flip it and speak of it as gifts, right? There's so so many gifts that people have that often, and I mean, part of it's humility, right? And part of it could be insecurity and all that stuff. But a lot of times people diminish or invalidate or minimize.
Jesus Christ is the most important
Partly
person
because,
who
you know,
ever
like
lived.
through
And
conditioning
yet
or what
there's so
have
much
you.
we don't know
But
about
it
him.
kind of sounds like that, right? Like it's like whereas like people struggle with honoring and celebrating a win, where they'll attribute it to something else. It's supposed to happen because it's part of your blessing. Like that's part of why you're here, right?
Right. And that's too. And the whole point, I think, of, and so that's what I think the purpose, and that's is just for us to have an experience, to enjoy that what we've created, which is, you know, whether this realm or this universe or whatnot, you know. And I, like I say, I haven't had the
Congress passed and the president signed. Provision.
There's ways, like they have books and there's videos out there, there's meditations out there that help people to go into that state, you know, like where, because it's like people do it intentionally. Like I've talked to people, you know, and it's like, and I was like, just like, I was like drawn into these groups, like Facebook, like when I had Facebook, and I love them. And it's like people would talk about, you know, like places that they would revisit. So during their travel, they would continue to go back to similar places. People, they would talk about why they like those places, you know, like how they got, you know, like all these different things. And it's like, so that's kind of like next level, right? Whereas like I'm just like, okay, like
I'm not gonna be jealous. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Sorry. I was just saying I'm jealous.
I think it's a thing, and it's like, and it's too bad like these are not conversations that come up, you know, like at, you know, it's like these are the super fascinating that people go through, you know what I mean? Of course, like there's other things that are not so sort of tricky because it is it's what the body and the spirit is capable of, like, and sometimes like not even when you're not even when you're thinking, right? Like it's like it's happening and it's like, and you're not even thinking and you're not even wanting it to do, but at the same time you could also make that happen consciously, right? As opposed to, you know, instead of and I mean, wouldn't that make going to bed like even more exciting, right? It's like instead of watching a movie, it's like, oh, I'm going to astral back, you know?
So can you control, like, have you been able to like bring yourself back, or you just wanted to? Or so that's rewarding off for that for everybody else, doesn't it? But you've gone to a few things, but it was kind of a bit odd, or? Oh, sorry, my window's open.
Oh, when the window was open, like the time where I felt.
You've gone, like you said the other night, a little bit further. Oh shoot.
Oh, sorry. You know. Okay. So one of the last times when I seen entity, you know, like I feel like that was like that was like another level of this
John has a
experience that
Kataro shirt on.
I never experienced before. You know, and I noticed afterwards that my fear was because it was so new and not because I was in danger. Whereas it was to think that I was in danger you know, like because of number one, like how I was feeling. I was like, oh, the fuck, like where am I? You know.
Yeah, but that's not the first
And
album.
I've had conversations with
I don't know how
people,
many
you know, like where they talk about
Well, you got the
sometimes it is
great-
like if you have mindful when you're traveling because you're going to experience things that are not
Hello,
of this world,
my name
right?
is Tim Caviezel.
And some of the things
actor
may be
who
good,
played Jesus in
some of the
the
things
movie
may not be
Passion
so
of the
good,
Christ.
right? And it's like unless you have
Remember the first time we used Gentle Brooks and
That's
everything
like-
in the water.
you know, to
Yeah, the water.
so
Right?
it's like
This is
the living
something- plus the water was
just gargoyle, you know, figures off buildings and things like this. It legit had a gargoyle face. It's like, you know, like that thing from Where the Wild Things Are.
Wow.
You know, like
And
that
that's
big
kind of what the
dog.
guy was describing.
Pardon me?
It was described.
So it was like I just remember, and it was giant, and I just remember looking, and I looked, and it's like, and I like just slowed from it, and I was like, oh fuck, like I just started swearing, but I was just like, this thing is gonna eat me, you know, like there's no way that this giant thing is not like just you know, just like what else there for? I'm like,
That's no food dishes.
yeah, you know, but it was looking for I was too afraid to look further. I seen that and I was just like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what that is. I don't know what's gonna happen. I was just like, oh my god, like basically like I just want to get out of here. And then I just remember as I processed it that night, and then you know, like the next day, and I was like, remember I mentioned that I went to the middle there, and I seen the skulls and all that stuff, and then I started and just to think of how it lingered with me, and that's why I was saying like similar, like different things. It's like I have what I see, right? But I just remember thinking, I'm just like, well, what if that thing what just looked necessarily didn't mean that it was bad, right? And then that's when I started thinking, I'm like, you know what? I think it was actually protecting me. I think it was sitting there, and that if there was anything out there that could have come to get me or wanted to get me, it's like that thing was like there to protect me. Like that's kind of I don't know why I had that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then it ties into too, like the type of energy I carry, right? Like whereas like some people, if they carry, you know, like a darker energy, like maybe their experience in the astral world may be a dark, you know, and may be a little bit more turbulent, if you will. But I do try to do spiritual practices. That's just my nature, you know. So it's like, so I was like thinking, I'm like, well, why would anything come to get you? You know, like, wouldn't you go experience? And so it's like that's when I start trying to push myself and say, okay, the next time it happens, try to do this. You know? Try to go on and be more intentional as you're drifting, so that you can try to control it more. Like,
welcome.
Like try to control
What we're
afraid
talking
of
about.
what's happening.
You know, very strange.
So I haven't mastered it yet, but
Things that
that's
are
kind
mostly
of
reserved
That's-
or the
I
national.
don't go into this
Things that
silly
you
panic
might
mode,
see on Channel 5.
which
and
you know,
stuff.
it's just like
These are very,
I'm like you've
it's
been
very
having this
difficult.
experience for you know,
and
like
yet, you know,
countless times. It's like you
trying
need to panic. You're going to
be able
live. You know, you're
to
not
walk around and discuss
suffocating to
things with
death. You
people
know, like
and have credibility. And yet we're
So,
talking
yeah.
about UFO aliens.
but you're
Really, a difficult
Maybe
thing
that's
to
the
do.
problem. We've been
And-
so
and
yeah.
yet, you know, on the
that's
other
very true.
hand,
That's very
I'm looking
at mess and the violence.
Spent a year past. I did a year past.
I think
every single day. The worship and then he's a pyramid. He come out. He would write down. He wrote down everything. Yeah, I love that. It also changed every year. It changed where I was. But now I've got more grounded, I guess, more like back to this like.
I drove down here this morning. Has a sign that says, "The Lord is our help. Our help is the Lord."
Is anybody else?
Kidnapped. And I thought of when the guy comes in with a just one second, a guy. And so we create this fairy tale.
That I don't know.
This fairy tale.
I don't know. Because I haven't studied it that
we're not plugged in.
I just got to the point of recognizing that experience that I have is about doing that meditation, and then recognizing
warned us of ourselves.
when that's happening, either they can be passive and it's like their astral body is going to go where it's going to go, or they can be more intentional.
Oh, you know,
when it's happening and control it, you know, like
people crash,
basically go explore.
This
but your physical body is still in wherever it is that you,
been able to take
where you left it. Spirit body that goes and does all those things, so not your physical body.
Listen to the sounds, listen to the instructions that are coming from other dimensions. Yes, sir.
Woman that got killed.
I've had this experience since I was a teenager.
And all the pastors of the church said, very religious family, they were a God-fearing family.
That's the thing.
And it's scary when you think of it.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but when you think about these things, you have to
and
say,
that's why I was saying, like, it's only the last 3 times that I can say that it's like it's from me recognizing that it's the astral separation, because before that I didn't really have an understanding of what was happening. And I found the Facebook groups, and then that's when I made the connection as to what was happening, and that's when I started to say, okay, like trying to coach myself through it, so that I wouldn't die. I know
having done your meditation,
the astral body.
It's like, just for instance,
astral body returning from what I call flight, because that's what it felt like. It literally like if I could draw like an outline of my body, but just the outline and just completely see through, like that's the sensation it seemed, and it came through the window. And I felt it felt like it crossed over me. It felt like it even walked down the hall, but I'm sure, like, even if it walked down the hall, it probably came back and then entered the ball. And the time where I seen that entity was, I don't remember the trip, if that makes sense. I just remember one time I remember it in a different realm.
Are you aware of your angels? If you are, are you aware of good entities around you?
No, but I speak to them often.
Okay, that's very important. Yeah, there is danger when you leave that. It's a long story, but I had a moment that I ended up in a dark area, a complete darkness. I mean, you exist, but you I don't know if I can explain. The closest thing to death that you can have is the most dangerous place to be, and it's exactly the place where your body can be snatched by other entities. So it's very important you are familiar and aware of that aspect of it, and that string that brings you back, and who is protecting. Because there is good things and bad things out there, obviously. But you have to be, like you said, the control. It's not without risks.
So when it's Say that again?
You were talking about.
The gargoyle that you were talking about, the gargoyle entity that scared you, was Protector.
I think it was a protector, yeah.
Yeah, and not everyone has the Protector. If your body was possessed, you will come back and you'll have you'll be have mental issues, and you won't be listening. You know that your friends and family see you will spiral. It's a very dangerous place to be. You're not on this astro traveling. It's a big thing. It's it's maybe you'd like to have someone to protect, or an entity to protect you, because if you're not really educated on it, it can turn very dark.
But do you know if
Personality disorder. It's like a multiple personality disorder. You feel it that is next to you, so there is two entities living in your body, and they switch off depending on who is stronger. That's exactly the risks. But yeah, you're definitely lucky, and you need to be aware of it. I think there is more than one. To be honest with you, you don't have to almost visualize it and feel confident, because you can't do this without any protection. And the guy's right. It's like basically the owner leaves the channel open, somebody else can take it. It's exactly the same thing.
so it's then a recommendation that when people feel themselves going into that state, like they should immediately call for like their spirit guardians or something.
I'm not going to lie to you, man. I had a bad experience through a meditation that was, it wasn't guided correctly. We weren't being guided. We were left, and it's a little bit my fault. It was my first time and stuff. So the half part of it was beautiful. You're amazing. You can feel everything. You are in places. You feel physical. You can feel the heat, the wind, the flowers, every other stuff. And all of a sudden, the command was be there. Just relax, and complete darkness. And no guide to come back. It's pure accident, the voice that I knew. So it's a long story, but that feeling of death, emptiness, and I lost like 5 hours in the process. I cannot recount for 5 hours. So it's not without risks, but there's people who can do it safely. You need to talk to these people that not only have done it, but even if they have the visual. They can give you. It's not a big one, but they're all about these things and mostly about dreams and stuff. And you can definitely find one or two to follow up. Not people your stars, but not where you end up. You can. I can either send it to TJ, but I cannot contact you directly. You can send it to you, or you can link that way. But yes, it's one of those things you need to talk to people who have channeling capacity with and reading you and see who you are, what entities are around you, are they good, bad, and how many. You discover yourself before you fiercely go in these trials.
Right. And thank you for that. And how come you don't have messaging capacity on the chat?
In this, like, I can go into you with that. It's the most basic thing where I didn't have control without going too much details. And I've spoken to the person running this group about it in details. And she validated it. You feel the energy. You can almost be inside people, contemporary, and also seen from outside, but also feel the presence of whoever making it possible for you, whatever entity that is. Vision, feelings. It was the craziest thing, and the craziest thing that makes it even more so is that I was awake. I talked to you and we talked about this.
Spent years
Is that the one with the
investing
grades?
your education.
No,
Yeah.
just me being paralyzed with 360 as I'm sitting down.
The U.S. has been
That
shooting
was,
down
I think, the
objects out of the
manifestation and all that,
sky
but
for the
the
past
viewing
few
was a
days,
different
leaving
one.
many to
Just
wonder if
sitting
we now have
and
a sophisticated, unidentified aerial phenomenon. On Friday and Saturday, two objects were shot down over Alaska and Canada, with an additional object shot down over Lake Hunt in Michigan. Wondering what the hell is going on is being vague, but telling us the objects are not balloons, even though they released this statement, quote, in line of the people trying
since I had the day, I had two confusing messages at the same time. I couldn't keep up with it. And as I have a picture of it. As I wrote down the pictures for this.
the release statement, quote, they scrutinizing our airspace at these altitudes, including enhancing our radar, which may at least partly explain surveillance this whole time. Sophisticated multi-trillion-dollar national defense had no idea. Some of the pilots claim these objects are mysterious, advanced, and we've never seen them before, allegedly. Okay, so what are these objects? Well, one of the ideas is that these are some sort of spy craft from China for billions of more dollars. Many of the politicians skeptical of endless spending for Ukraine are interestingly very hawkish on China. You can get defense money from them, you just need to push the right buttons. This, however, poses a slight narrative challenge for a long time that China has crappy versions, stolen tech, won't be able to hold up at all against the US in a hot war. And if they now have some sort of mysterious tech we've never seen, what does that mean? Every day and are no threat at all. That the administration is just using these harmless balloons as a distraction away from the reporting that the US attacked Russia and Germany by blowing up their infrastructure. That they are using these balloons as a means for increased surveillance, increased literacy. The idea that they are rogue balloons actually makes a lot of sense, because if you look at the path of the polar jet stream, you'll find it's exactly where these by flying down. The stream goes down through Alaska, over Canada, into Montana, and down through South Carolina. Plus, even Beijing claimed to have one of these objects flying over them this past weekend, and if you look at how the polar jet stream affects them, they're right under it as well. So are we actually, well, maybe they're aliens? What's the possibility of this? Well, there's no better person to ask this question to than Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer is a renowned figure in the UFO and extraterrestrial research community and is the father of the disclosure movement, bringing to light the testimony regarding the extraterrestrial life forms visiting the planet. He's an emergency physician. Dr. Greer, thank you so much for joining the show today.
Thanks for having me. A pleasure.
All right, so are these UFOs? I mean, you are the best person to be asking this question to. Are these extraterrestrial UFOs, I should ask?
Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro.
pension review, I was all ears. He spoke professionally about investments. He seemed a really decent.
That was really enhanced when.
Come on now. Come on, everybody. How's everybody this morning? Huh? Everyone's good. Well, just can't get enough. If Smokey is bright. Enjoy your hay and the sunshine. I have to feed them the gate, keep them from clanging and making noise. Man, I gotta get everybody situated. I gotta feed this baby and food. Look at her. She just wants it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. To me. Homestead. All right, let me whip out my communication device here. About what's going on in our country. Not that this is any kind of special private information, but he just kind of ran across it because he keeps his eye on stuff. And he ran across the story and he thought, well, that might be interesting. And he sent it to me. So I want to share. Go. An FBI internal office use memo approved by the FBI's chief lawyer has been leaked to the public, outlining the FBI's investigatory playbook for 2023. This is the playbook for 2023. Leave a link for you too. And I'm also going to include a couple clips inside this video, so don't go anywhere. Whatever you want to say, or evidence that this is happening. Nationalists target white people. Latin mass is white supremacy. Working hand in hand with the SPLC, would also expect the FBI is focusing all of its internal efforts specifically against radical traditionalist Catholics and names Nick Fuentes and the Islamic. The FBI alleges that Nick Fuentes and other Catholics in the United States are planning on ongoing care of abortion rights, LGBTQ protections, affirmative action, and immigration. Now you see how they're using all those little catchy words against you? They're going to make you feel all, well, you're just trying to target the LGBTQTTQRS people. It's real time. I've heard about this stuff. I knew some stuff was going on. I've studied some of this stuff, but we are watching this stuff real time. I hope you guys are watching. It makes it clear that the FBI is spying on Catholic churches line of politics, and that the radical traditional Latin Catholicism no longer falls under the First Amendment protected speech. 9 political faith publishing organizations are of particular note, posed in the crosshairs of the FBI. The Catholic Apologetics International, Catholic Family News,
Chaos, Culture Wars, Fidelity Press, the Fatima Crusader, Spirit of Charts Committee, the Remnant Press, Slaves, Immaculate Heart of Mary, and Tradition in Action, right? Now, one thing I want you guys to know that one thing that's always bugged me about this stuff, right? Churches all have to get a 5013C. That means they're tax exempt from the government. But if they talk politics, or they tell you anything on from the pulpit, they can lose their 5013C. And a lot of these pastor boys, they keep their mouth shut, okay? Because they don't want to lose. Had pastors tell me right to my face, I know what you're saying is true. I really do. I totally understand it. But I cannot tell the people that, because then they will not put money in the plate. This is the honest to God truth. That somebody I figure out some of these. And then when I started getting my answers, I started like approaching preacher men and on the situations. And all of them knew what I was talking about. And every single one of them said, but we can't say that. We can't go against, we can't actually tell the truth to our parishioners, to the people that attend church, because they just won't like it. And they won't give us any money. That's a true story, y'all. So that's why I'm getting to do your Hebrew. That's a big deal. A lot was lost from the Greeks into the Latins, and some stuff was changed on purpose just to bamboozle you. But nevertheless, the story is still the fact that the FBI now are Christians in America, and they're actually being called on the carpet on it, in Congress.
My first experience in months and months of Stonewall, and we were finally allowed to go to the FBI building and to read the FISA application on Carter. Reading that application, it was very, very clear to me the FBI has lied to the FISA courts. The FBI has lied to Congress, and the FBI has lied to the American people. After that, I had a similar experience with some CIA documents, and then if an FBI agent called me today and said they wanted to speak with me, I would never speak to them, regardless of the topic. Without has to reauthorize 702 this year. And we are a long way away from getting the trust and confidence because of the subject we're talking about today. And we'll lose a valuable tool if many people are simply going to say, we won't give them that authority, they abuse it. I'd like to focus. I said he was a Russian spy. It turned out that was not true. In fact, it turned out there was zero evidence that he was a Russian spy. And yet, the FBI went and looked at the FISA application. And this is what they found. And Mr. Williams, I hope you'll pay attention to this because I'm going to ask you a question about this. They found 17 significant errors or omissions. They found 51 wrong or unsupported factual assertions, including FBI lawyers who simply made up evidence and included it in the FISA application. Disgusted by this, I would suppose, the IG went and looked at inconsistencies and omissions in every one of them.
So see there? It's no secret. Yeah, the against us, okay? We have to grow food, we have to become self-sufficient, we have to build our community, and we have to turn off the TVs. The TVs. It's like poison. All right, that's all I got for you guys today. Sun's coming up. I got a lot of stuff to do. I try to keep you guys abreast of what's going on. The garden's going to start getting lit up. We got a lot of work going on in the garden area. So,
fat and get shredded. Not keto, not paleo.
Even though they released this statement, quote, in light of the People's Republic of China balloon that we took down last Saturday, we have been more closely scrutinizing our airspace at these altitudes, including enhancing our radar, which part where they couldn't see these objects, but now they can. And apparently we've been under surveillance this whole time, and our super sophisticated multi-trillion-dollar national defense had no idea. Some of the pilots claimed the objects interfered with their radars and had no obvious signs of propulsion. So these objects are mysterious, advanced, and we've never seen them before, allegedly. Okay, so what are these objects? Well, one of the ideas is that these are some sort of spy craft from China. That's low-hanging fruit that allows the Pentagon to advocate for more dollars. Many of the politicians skeptical of endless spending for Ukraine are, interestingly, very hawkish on China. You could get defense money from them, you just need to push the right buttons. This, however, poses a slight narrative challenge. We've been told for a long time that China has crappy versions of stolen tech and wouldn't be able to hold up at all against the US in a hot war. And if they now have some sort of mysterious tech we've never seen, what does that mean? Another idea is that these objects are just some of the hundreds of weather balloons that are released each and every day and are no threat at all. That the administration is just using these harmless balloons as a distraction away, reporting that the US attacked Russia and Germany by blowing up their infrastructure. That they are using these balloons as a means towards increased surveillance, increased military, warmongering. The idea that they are rogue balloons actually makes a lot of sense, because if you look at the path of the polar jet stream, you'll find it's exactly where these unidentified flying objects have been spotted and shot down. The stream goes down through Alaska, over Canada, into Montana, and down through South Carolina. Plus, even Beijing claimed to have one of these objects flying over them this past weekend. And if you look at how the polar jet stream affects them, they're right under it as well. So are we actually at war with weather balloons? Or maybe they're aliens? What's the possibility of this? Well, there's no better person to ask this question to than Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer is a renowned figure in the UFO and extraterrestrial research community, and is the father of the disclosure movement, bringing to light the vast testimony regarding the existence of extraterrestrial life forms visiting the planet. He's an emergency physician. Dr. Greer, thank you so much for joining the show today.
Oh, thank you for having me. Yes, sure.
All right, so these UFOs, I mean, you are the best person to be asking this question to. Are these extraterrestrial UFOs, I should ask?
In the last year, we have been providing definitive information to the key researchers in Washington, who by law now have to provide support on UAPs or UFOs. And what they have done is to get very much onto the inside of clandestine operations that have man-made objects that are deployed globally, that are not from extraterrestrial origin, but that are extremely advanced type of propulsion and energy systems. Now, this is never broken into the media, because it gets taken out of the narrative, or it gets shadow banned. The truth is, we have definitive proof, testimony, people who've worked on these technologies, some of which are reverse engineered from decades, 70 some years of reverse engineering actual extraterrestrial vehicles. But these objects, remember, they're going along at speed. And even the ones that have been in the media over the last few years, the so-called Tic Tac and others that have been on CNN and everywhere else, those were from the Lockheed Skunk Works. Now, an actual extraterrestrial vehicle, you're not going to shoot that down with a kinetic weapon, and you're not going to shoot that down with a laser. It's going to take a very sophisticated directional energy weapon to do that, which they have. But the diversion, well, some people would call it a false flag, to sort of put this on the radar at a time where they want to divert people's attention from issues, and most importantly, the lawmakers away from the information that they were beginning to drill down on in the last year about the actual origin of ICPs, a percentage of which are in fact of extraterrestrial origin. The majority of ones people see are clandestine and illegally funded aerospace platforms of various types. Now, are many of these potentially from China? Yes, perhaps. But the point I make to people is that the organization that deals with this issue isn't U.S. only, it's global. So if they wanted to deploy assets that would trigger a news frenzy to sort of posit that there's some threat coming, then it would be very easy to gaslight the public and, more importantly, the lawmakers in the White House on this, because that is how this whole system is set up. Remember, those of you old enough to remember the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where we basically staged an attack on our own ships to expand the Vietnam War because there was a need to get the funding for it and to create a hysteria with the public. And it worked. The same thing was done after 9/11, where we went into Saddam Hussein's country, Iraq, where there was no evidence that he was involved whatsoever in the 9/11 attacks, but it justified a $1 or $2 trillion war that, of course, greatly enriched the warmongers, notwithstanding the fact of hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, American and otherwise, who were lost. And so there's this long trajectory of what's called in the counterintelligence community stagecraft, where they can set up operations that change the narrative and pull people in. That's a misdirect, quite frankly. And that, I believe, the worrisome thing about this, if you look at a documentary we created about 1.5 years ago, it's up on my YouTube channel, and you provide a link, called The Cosmic Hoax. We go through all of this. We go through the proof that this is the case, and no less a figure than the father of modern rocketry, Werner von Braun, Adolf Hitler's guy who built the V-2 rocket. He stated on his deathbed to a member of my team, Carol Rosen, that we would try to hoax, quote, an alien threat, unquote. That doesn't exist, because that is the ultimate card to play to create a sort of global hegemony of military industrial, frankly, fascist control over the people through fear, because fear really works. And look what they did with COVID. Look what they did with the 9/11 event. So there is an orchestrated effort by a clandestine organization, which I can assure you, when I have briefed the sitting director of the CIA from past administrations, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the top military intelligence person in the world, ministers of defense of all the Five Eyes countries except New Zealand, meaning Canada, United Kingdom, US, and Australia, none of them have been briefed or read in on these projects, and they have been deliberately deceived when they made inquiries, if not threatened. Now, you keep in mind that, this has come out publicly recently. When I briefed 25 years ago, almost 26 years ago, the head of intelligence was that Admiral Tom Wilson. He received from me a document that listed the project code names and numbers, and he made inquiries. And when he did, he was threatened with not only demotion, but more, and he was denied access to this project. Now, when one person that he spoke to said, you don't have a need to know. He said, how can I not have the need to know? I'm the head of intelligence, J2, for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That story that I'm telling you right now, extrapolate that over 33 years I've been doing this. And then in meeting after meeting, I've warned of the government and the American people and the global public on a threat from out there that doesn't exist. Now, the question is, are they pivoting?
I'm in my second home, Allerdale, Scotland. Isn't it beautiful here? What's really exciting about being here is that last night I took my whole team out. We went running, wild swimming, and then we finished the day in our little trading den in there, and I showed them how to make £100,000 trading British pound against the US dollar. It's an amazing time to be a currency trader, and it got me thinking. So last night I decided to my team, same training I did last night, to show them how to pick a currency pair using a simple piece of software, put a simple trade on with very, very low risk, and then maximize the upside. That's a technique and a skill I've been teaching people for the last 20 years of my life. It's a skill I mastered over 26 years ago. And it's a skill I would like you to learn. Why do I want you to learn that? Let's face it. The world we're in today is in crisis. Bills are going up, energy is going up, and yet what is happening to the regular guy on the street? There isn't any more opportunity, and as you're watching and as you're witnessing, it's getting colder. I decided last night that the best thing I could do from that training was to pull it out, digitize it, and put it online. And that's exactly what my team and I have been doing this morning. And we put together a brand new webinar to show you exactly how I identify great opportunities in the currency markets on a daily basis, how I monetize them, how I bank the profits, and how I get into the next trade. And I'm going to illustrate step by step how I make my money trading the currency markets. Now look, if you've never done this before, you don't need hundreds of thousands of pounds to get started. In fact, you don't need any money, because the event and the webinar, I'm going to show you exactly what I taught them in that room last night. I'm going to give it to you completely for free. You do with it what you will. And the reason I'm going to give it to you for free is because I've had the benefit of this knowledge for the last 26 years of my life. I've taught over 500,000 people now, from here to literally Timbuktu, trading floors and training centers in Australia, all over the world. But here's my gift to you. I'm going to give you this training completely for free. You do with it what you will, make as much money as you can, keep your risk low, but join this webinar, because I think you're going to be pretty blown away at the Christmas gift I'm giving you this year. If after doing that training you decide that you want to become a professional level, professional grade trader, then maybe you might want to do some training and coaching with us. And given we've just taught you how to make some money, we're probably going to be your first choice. But I'm not banking on that. Join the webinar for free, learn the tools, and start making more money. If you're up for that, click the link below, and I look forward to seeing you on the inside.
To do this and say it's all Chinese. For example, there have been professional disinformation agents like Lou Elizondo and Chris Snow and others that have been going up and telling members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, oh, these were from China, when they were talking about the things that were ours, literally made by my uncle's company, Northrop Grumman. He's deceased now, or Lockheed Skunk Works. Now, we can prove this through testimony, through documents, what have you. But you'll never see this in the New York Times. And I think the problem is that the stranglehold that these interests have on large mainstream media and tech companies prevents the truth from penetrating enough people to avert what I've worried about for many years. And that is, what's happened in the last 2 weeks or 10 days, where the public and our government can be worked into a frenzy by pulling a few triggers that control the media and the narrative that there's this threat that we all have to be worried about. I honestly think that, when they said that, well, they're now training their sensors to detect these objects, I know for a fact the National Reconnaissance Office, the super secret spy satellite operation, they have had sensors that have picked up these objects in space and over the Earth for many decades with absolute granular resolution. The question is, why are they suddenly announcing their existence? What kind of event are they trying to set up here? So I'm very suspicious of it. I can't say definitively whether they're trying to posit a threat from outer space that's quote unquote alien, which is ludicrous, frankly. Or that it's something from China, so we can get ourselves into another world war or some huge conflict that benefits the usual suspects in the military-industrial community.
Yeah, and that's what I'm leaning towards, as I'm just thinking that this is just a ploy in order to drag China into the conflict to get those who are not on board with Ukraine, very hawkish towards China. And so if they're told, hey, China's now spying on us, then these people say, oh my gosh, well, we've got to do something to stop them.
Wait, first of all, I want to make comment on that.
Yeah.
All countries spy on each other. All countries have assets in the countries, over the countries, in space, etc. We do, the Chinese do, the Russians do, the Israelis do, etc.
Right.
Anyone who thinks otherwise is also being deceived. The question is how and why, just as we are hitting our stride. Now, let me mention one other thing. 2 days before Christmas, the president signed a bill that the Congress passed, opening a pathway for whistleblowers on the UFO issue to come forward. I have begun the process of bringing those guys forward and to the right people in DC. Now, is it a coincidence that all this happened within 30 days, less than 30 days, 2 weeks of this, my first ultra top secret guy being brought in? It's a little bit worrisome because I know what I'm doing and I know who I'm doing it with. And I know that those guys, frankly, some of whom manage the black budget of the United States at that level, who have been denied access to these projects. In the last year, we gave them information where they got access and know what's going on. Suddenly, they pull the trigger on this type of counterintelligence operation. So I think that, frankly, some of these, in fact, are and very likely are from China. How many of those have been over us before that they've never disclosed? Who knows? On the other hand, we have our own assets that could be deployed from other parts of the world, I might point out, because the so-called electrogravitic anti-systems or electromagnetic field propulsion, those were developed in the 50s and 60s. Now, we have a new film coming out called The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It. The Lost Century is about 100 years of these sort of energy and propulsion technologies that have been developed and have been extant, but that have never been allowed to be used for peaceful purposes, which is why we have all the global and climate change and poverty and pollution we see. Because if you look at how, let's go back a couple years ago, that so-called Tic Tac, that UAP off the coast of San Diego that are F-18 Hornets were chasing, that thing had no means of propulsion. It was solid. It was not a balloon. It was against 100 and some mile per hour headwind at altitude going straight up and down. And everyone said, oh my God. And at that time, they were saying, this is from China. Well, that's not from China. No, it's not alien or extraterrestrial. It came out of the Lockheed Skunk Works out in the Mojave Desert. And I have a picture of the underground place where those things come in. From a Lockheed guy who was up in the air and took it. So this is not speculation on my part. The problem is, getting enough of this information to the decision makers in Washington and to the public so we can avert a massive deception, a sort of cosmic level deception, which is why I appreciate, you doing your show on the issue.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. I mean, and I actually went to your presentation where you talked about the lost century and the lost energy and all of everything that's happened. All these people that have tried to come out and have new forms of energy that would be absolutely beneficial to the planet. Which is extremely fascinating. And I actually do want to sit down with you in a much longer form and potentially go over a lot of that stuff because that is just very fascinating. People should really know about that. But there is a lot of technology that our government knows about, that they're developing, that they're not telling us about. And so it is questionable on what is going on right now. Who is behind it? Are they, and why? And are they pivoting it towards, well, now we could just warmonger over China? Which seems like it's the likely thing. It seems like such a waste to go and blow up some technology, out of the sky, shoot it down out of the sky, unless this is like the cheap version that they don't care about, all just to warmonger China.
Well, they have, look, limitless resources. And one thing to remember when people say the government, there are really two governments. There's the government of we the people, the elected and appointed representatives. Frankly, most of them couldn't find their ass in a well-lighted room on this issue. I've met with them and briefed them, to be blunt. But there is, as Senator Inouye of Hawaii said decades ago in the 80s, he said, there's a shadow secret government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own funding mechanism that's above the law and free from the law itself. I'm almost quoting, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's in our documentary, Unacknowledged. Now, you have to ask the question, if there were members of the mainstream government, let's call it, who were saying that 40 years ago during Iran-Contra, what, else is going on that has evolved in the ensuing 40 years? And I think that this is where you get into some very big constitutional and public interest crises that are not being discussed, that you have operations that have gone rogue that neither the White House nor many of the leaders in the Pentagon, nor the CIA director that I briefed, nor the key members of Congress know anything about. And so this is actually an existential threat to the national security of the United States, and I might add to the world. And one last thing, we've published this document. The very first director of the CIA, Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, wrote to the New York Times in 1961 and said that the UFO issue is very serious, but, and I'm quoting here, he says, the secrecy surrounding UFOs is a threat to the national security. He did not say the UFOs were a threat to the national security. It's the secret organization that is. And that's what Eisenhower warned about when he left office, and he said, beware of the military-industrial complex. And by the way, military-industrial is just a polite way of saying fascism, because the roots of fascism are the collusion between major industrial and financial interests hijacking the interests of the government and the people.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Dr. Stephen Greer, thank you so much for joining us and enlightening us on this and giving us your perspective. Everybody's wondering, are these aliens? Are they aliens? And no, maybe it's probably worse. I mean, it'd probably be better if they were the aliens coming down to finally save us from ourselves.
Well, yes, they're certainly watching all this, but I mean, remember, when you have technologies that are so classified that key people in the government don't know about them or how they work, never mind the public with media, it's very easy to trick people. Yeah. So I just tell people, stay calm, don't be deceived, and we need to not make wrong decisions based on fear and hysteria.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Dr. Stephen Greer, go to his website, seriousdisclosure.com. Lots of information. I mean, really, he's the foremost expert on this topic. So really, thrilled about this with us, and really excited about your new film that's going to be coming out, The Lost Century. Extremely important. That one to me is very, very important. So people should go and check that out. I know it's crowdfunded, so you can donate to that film. You can go to thelostcenturyfilm.com. Dr. Stephen Greer, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Well, as the U.S. surpasses a $31.4 trillion debt limit in January, the White House administration continues to disregard the need for spending reduction. Despite the lack of fiscal responsibility from our national leaders, it's time for you to take charge of your financial future. Investing in gold through Birch Gold can provide stability in these uncertain times. And the process of converting a traditional IRA or 401k into a precious metals IRA has been made simple by Birch Gold. To get started, simply visit birchgold.com/Kim and request a free info kit on gold, followed by a consultation with a precious metals specialist. So, in order to pay off our national debt, a taxpayer in the U.S. would have to contribute $247,000. I don't have that kind of extra money, do you? So, the debt issue is only expected to get worse, making it imperative to secure your finances. And Birch Gold has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, positive feedback from thousands of satisfied customers, and they can be trusted to safeguard your future. I'm a huge fan of investing in gold. I think it's really the wise thing to do. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. You can visit birchgold.com/Kim to take that first step in protecting your assets with gold.
Well, you use Google Chrome, you use Gmail, you use Google Maps. So why would you not use a Google phone as well? It just makes sense to have it all in one convenient place. My name is Lucian, and I have a Google Pixel.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
Be on my phone all week.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Let's go. She's feeling it.
Let's go.
I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now living. Yeah, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is the demise of our own, there's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you go back to the Neolithic Revolution, the dawn of agriculture. Hardly anything in cosmic time span. That's nothing. That's the blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we would happen not to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion, maybe they scour the galaxy around them, don't find any evidence for intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just, worry about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they could attempt communication, but communication through time.
The following is a conversation with David Kipping, an astronomer and astrophysicist at Columbia University, director of the Cool Worlds Lab, and he's an amazing educator about the most fascinating scientific phenomena in our universe. I highly recommend you check out his videos on the Cool Worlds YouTube channel. David quickly became one of my favorite human beings. I hope to talk to him many more times in the future. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's David Kipping. Your research in Columbia is in part focused on what you call cool worlds, or worlds outside our solar system where temperature is sufficiently cool to allow for moons, rings, and life to form, and for us humans to observe it. So can you tell me more about this idea, this place of cool worlds?
Yeah, the history of discovering planets outside our solar system was really dominated by these hot planets. And that's just because of the fact they're easier to find. When the very first methods came online, these were primarily the Doppler spectroscopy method, looking for wobbling stars, and also the transit method. And these two both have a really strong bias towards finding these hot planets. Now, hot planets are interesting. The chemistry in their atmosphere is fascinating. It's very alien. An example of one that's particularly close to my heart is TRACE 2b, whose atmosphere is so dark, it's less reflective than coal. And so they have really bizarre photometric properties, yet at the same time, they resemble nothing like our own home. And so it said there's two types of astrophysicists. The astrophysicists who care about how the universe works. They want to understand the mechanics of the machinery of this universe. Why did the Big Bang happen? Why is the universe expanding? How are galaxies formed? And there's another type of astrophysicist which perhaps speaks to me a little bit more, whispers into, and that is, why are we here? Are we alone? Are there others out there? And ultimately, along this journey, the hot planets aren't going to get us there. When we're looking for life in the universe, it seems to make perfect sense that there should be planets like our own out there, maybe even moons like our own planet around gas giants that could be habitable. And so my research has been driven by trying to find these more terraqueous globes that might resemble our own planet.
So they're the ones that lurk more in the shadows in terms of how difficult it is to detect.
They're much harder. They're harder for several reasons. The method we primarily use is the transit method. So this is eclipses. As the planet passes in front of the star, it blocks out some starlight. The problem with that is that not all planets pass in front of their star. They have to be aligned correctly from your line of sight. And so the further away the planet is from the star, the cooler it is, the less likely it is that you're going to get that geometric alignment. So whereas a hot Jupiter, about 1% of hot Jupiters will transit in front of their star, only about 0.5%, maybe even 0.25% of Earth-like planets will have the right geometry to transit. And so that makes it much, much harder for us.
What's the connection between temperature of the planet and geometric alignment? probability of geometrical alignment?
There's not a direct connection, but they're connected by an intermediate parameter, which is their separation from the star. So the planet will be cooler if it's further away from the star, which in turn means that the probability of getting that alignment correct is going to be less. On top of that, they also the star less frequently. So if you go to the telescope and you wanted to discover a hot Jupiter, you could probably do it in a week or so, because the orbital periods of order of 1, 2, 3 days. So you can actually get the full orbit 2 or 3 times over. Whereas if you want to set an Earth-like planet, you have to observe that star for 3, 4 years. And that's actually one of the problems with Kepler. Kepler was this very successful mission that NASA launched over a decade ago now, I think, and it discovered thousands of planets. It's still the dominant source of exoplanets that we know about. But unfortunately, it didn't last as long as we would have liked it to. It died after about 4.35 years, I think it was. And so for an Earth-like planet, that's just enough to catch 4 transits. And 4 transits was kind of seen as the minimum. But of course, the more transits you see, the easier it is to detect it, because you build up signal to noise. You see the same thing tick, 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 tick. The more ticks you get, the easier it is to find it. And so it was really a shame that Kepler was just at the limit of where we were expecting it to start to see Earth-like planets. And in fact, it really found 0 planets that are around stars like the Sun, that orbit similar to the Earth around the Sun, and could potentially be similar to our own planet in terms of its composition. And so it's a great shame, but that's why it gives us more to do in the future.
Just to clarify, the transit method is our primary way of detecting these things. And what it is when the object occludes the source of light just a tiny bit, a few pixels. And from that, we can infer something about its mass and size and distance and geometry and all of that. That's like trying to tell at a party, you can't see anything about a person, but you can just see by the way they occlude others. So this is the method, but this is super far away. How many pixels of information do we have? Basically, how high resolution is the signal that we can get about these occlusions?
You're right in your description. I think just to build upon that a little bit more, it might be almost like your vision is completely blurry, like you have an extreme, eye prescription, and so you can't resolve anything. Everything just blurs, but you can tell that something was there because it just got fainter for a short amount of time. Someone passed in front of a light, and so that light in your eyes would just dim for a short moment. Now, the reason we have that problem with blurriness or resolution is just because the stars are so far away. I mean, these are the closest stars are 4 light years away, but most of the stars Kepler looked at were thousands of light years away. And so there's absolutely no chance that the telescope can physically resolve the star, or even the separation between the planet and the star is too small, especially for a telescope like Kepler. It's only 1 meter across. In principle, you can make those detections, but you need a different kind of telescope. We call that direct imaging. And direct imaging is a very exciting, distinct way of detecting planets. But it, as you can imagine, is going to be far easier to detect planets which are really far away from their star to do that, because that's going to make that separation really big. And then you also want the star to be really close to us, so the nearest stars. Not only that, but you would prefer that planet to be really hot, because the hotter it is, the brighter it is. And so that tends to bias direct imaging towards planets which are in the process of forming. So things which have just formed, the planet's still got all of its primordial heat embedded within it, and it's glowing. We can see those quite easily. But for the planets more like the Earth, of course, they've cooled down, and so we can't see that. The light is pitiful compared to a newly formed planet. We would like to get there with direct imaging. That's the dream, is to have the pale blue dot, an actual photograph of it, maybe even just a 1 pixel photograph of it. But for now, the entire solar system is 1 pixel, certainly with the transit method of most other telescopes. And so all you can do is see where that 1 pixel, which contains potentially dozens of planets and the star, maybe even multiple stars, dims for a short amount of time.
It dims just a little bit, and from that you can infer something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like being a detective in the scene, right? It's indirect clues of the existence of the planet.
It's amazing that humans can do that. They're just looking out in these immense distances and looking, if there's alien civilizations out there, like let's say one exactly like our own, we're like, would we even be able to see an Earth that passes in the way of its sun and slightly dims, and that's the only sign we have of that alien human-like civilization out there. Is it's just a little bit of a dimming.
Yeah, I mean, if it is a star truly like the sun, the dip that causes is 84 parts per million. I mean, that's just, it's like the same as it's like a firefly flying in front of like a giant floodlight at a stadium or something. That's the kind of the brightness contrast that you're trying to compare to. So it's extremely difficult detection. And in the very, very best cases, we can get down to that. But as I said, we don't really have any true Earth analogs that have been in the exoplanet candidate yet. Unless you relax that definition, you say it's not just, doesn't have to be a star just like the sun. It could be a star that's smaller than the sun. It could be these orange dwarfs or even the red dwarf stars. And the fact those stars are smaller means that for the same size planet passing in front of it, more light is blocked out. And so a very exciting system, for example, is TRAPPIST-1, which has 7 planets which are smaller than the Earth. And those are quite easily detectable, not with a space-based telescope, but even from the ground. And that's just because the star is so much smaller that the relative increase in or decrease in brightness is enhanced significantly because that smaller size. So TRAPPIST-1e, it's a planet which is in the right distance for liquid water. It has a slightly smaller size than the Earth. It's about 90% the size of the Earth, about 80% the mass. And it's one of the top targets right now for potentially having life. And yet it raises many questions about what would that environment be like. This is a star which is 1/8 the mass of the sun. It's stars like that take a long time to come off their adolescence. When stars first form, like the sun, it takes them maybe 10, 100 million years to sort of settle into that main sequence lifetime. But for stars, these late M dwarfs, as we call them, they can take up to 1 billion years or more to calm down. And during that period, they're producing huge amounts of X-rays, ultraviolet radiation that could potentially rip off the entire atmosphere. It may desiccate the planets in the system. And so even if water arrived by comets or something, it may have lost all that water due to this prolonged period of high activity. So we have lots of open-ended questions about these M-dwarf planets, but they are the most accessible. And so in the near term, if we detect anything in terms of biosignatures, it's going to be for one of these red dwarf stars. It's not going to be a true Earth twin, as we would recognize it as having a yellow star.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, there's a million ways to ask this question. I'm sure I'll ask it about habitable worlds. Let's just go to our own solar system. What can we learn about the planets and moons in our solar system that might contain life, whether it's Mars or some of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn? What kind of characteristics, because you said it might not need to be Earth-like, what kind of characteristics might we be looking for?
When we look for life, it's hard to define even what life is, but we can maybe do a better job in defining the sorts of things that life does. And that provides some aspects to some avenue for looking for them. Classically, conventionally, I think we thought the way to look for life was to look for oxygen. Oxygen is a byproduct of photosynthesis on this planet. We didn't always have it. Certainly if you go back to the Archean period, there was, you have this period called the Great Oxidation Event where the Earth floods with oxygen for the first time and starts to saturate the oceans and then the atmosphere. And so that oxygen, if we detect it on another planet, whether it be Mars, Venus, or an exoplanet, whatever it is, that was long thought to be evidence for something doing photosynthesis. Because if you took away all the plant life on the Earth, the oxygen wouldn't just hang around here as a highly reactive molecule. It would oxidize things. And so within about 1 million years, you would probably lose all the oxygen on planet Earth. So that was conventionally how we thought we could look for life. And then we started to realize that it's not so simple because there might be other things that life does apart from photosynthesis. Certainly the vast majority of the Earth's history had no oxygen, and yet there was living things on it. So that doesn't seem like a complete test. And secondly, could there be other things that produce oxygen besides from life? A growing concern has been these false positives in biosignature work. And so one example of that would be photolysis that happens in the atmosphere. When ultraviolet light hits the upper atmosphere, it can break up water vapor. The hydrogen splits off to the oxygen. The hydrogen is a much lighter atomic species, and so it can actually escape certainly planets like the Earth's gravity. That's why we don't have any hydrogen or very little helium. And so that leaves you with the oxygen, which then oxidizes the surface. And so there could be a residual oxygen signature just due to this photolysis process. So we've been trying to generalize, and certainly in recent years, there's been other suggestions, things we could look for in the solar system and beyond. Nitrous oxide, basically laughing gas, is a product of microbes. That's something that we're starting to get more interested in looking for. Methane gas in combination with other gases can be an important biosignature. Phosphine as well, and phosphine is particularly relevant to the solar system because there was a lot of interest for Venus recently. You may have heard that there was a claim of a biosignature in Venus's atmosphere. I think it was like 2 years ago now. And the judge and jury is still out on that. There was a very provocative claim and signature of a phosphine-like spectral absorption. But it could have also have been some other molecule, in particular sulfur dioxide, which is not a biosignature.
So this is a detection of a gas in the atmosphere of Venus, and it might be controversial on several dimensions. So one, how to interpret that. Two, is this there a gas? And three, is this even the right detection? Is there an error in the detection?
Yeah, I mean, how much do we believe the detection in the first place? If you do believe it, does that necessarily mean there's life there? And what gives? How can you have life in Venus's atmosphere in the first place? Because that's, been seen as like a hellhole place for imagining life. But I guess the counter to that has been that, okay, yes, the surface is a horrendous place to imagine life thriving. But as you go up in altitude, the very dense atmosphere means that there is a cloud layer where the temperature and the pressure become actually fairly similar to the surface of the Earth. And so maybe there are microbes stirring around in the clouds which are producing phosphine. At the moment, this is fascinating. It's got a lot of us reinvigorated about the prospects of going back to Venus and doing another mission there. In fact, there's now 2 NASA missions, Veritas and Da Vinci, which are going to be going back and before 2030 or the 2030s. And then we have a European mission, I think, that's slated now, and even a Chinese mission might be coming along the way as well. So we might have multiple missions going to Venus, which has long been overlooked. I mean, apart from the Soviets, there really has been very little in the way of exploration of Venus, certainly as compared to Mars. Mars has enjoyed most of the activity from NASA's rovers and surveys. And Mars is certainly fascinating. There's this signature of methane that has been seen there before. Again, there the discussion is whether that methane is a product of biology, which is possible, something that happens on the Earth, or whether it's some geological process that we are yet to fully understand. It could be, for example, a reservoir of methane that's trapped under the surface and is leaking out seasonally.
So the nice thing about Venus is if there's a giant living civilization there, it'll be airborne, so you can just fly through and collect samples.
Yeah.
With Mars and moons of Saturn and Jupiter, you're gonna have to dig under to find the civilizations,
right,
dead or living.
Right, and so maybe it's easier then for Venus because certainly you can imagine just a balloon floating through the atmosphere, or a drone or something that would have the capability of just scooping up and sampling. To dig under the surface of Mars is maybe feasible-ish, with especially with something like Starship that could launch a huge digger basically to the surface, and you could just excavate away at the surface. But for something like Europa, we really are still unclear about how thick the ice layer is, how you would melt through that huge thick layer to get to the ocean, and then potentially also discussions about contamination. The problem with looking for life in the solar system, which is different from looking for life with exoplanets, is that you always run the risk of, especially if you visit there, of introducing the life yourself. Right? It's very difficult to completely exterminate every single microbe and spore on the surface of your rover or the surface of your lander, and so there's always risk of introducing something. I mean, to some extent, there is continuous exchange of material between these planets naturally on top of that as well. And now we're sort of accelerating that process to some degree. And so if you dig into Europa's surface, which probably is completely pristine, it's very unlikely there has been much exchange with the outside world for its subsurface ocean, you are for the first time potentially introducing bacterial spores into that environment that may compete or may introduce spurious signatures for the life you're looking for. And so it's almost an ethical question as to how to proceed with looking for life on those subsurface oceans. And I don't think one we've really have a good resolution for at this point.
Ethical. So you mean ethical in terms of concern for the, like, for preserving life elsewhere, not,
right?
Not to murder it, as opposed to the scientific one.
I mean, we always worry about a space virus, right, coming here, or some kind of external source, and we would be the source of that potential contamination.
Or the other direction.
Yeah.
I mean, the whatever survives in such harsh conditions might be pretty good at surviving in all conditions. It might be a little bit more resilient and robust. So it might actually take a ride on us back home.
Possibly. I mean, I'm sure that some people would be concerned about that. I think we would hopefully have some containment procedures as if we did sample return. Or you don't even really need a sample return. These days you can pretty much send like a little micro laboratory to the planet to do all the experiments in situ, and then just send back to your planet the data. And so I don't think it's necessary that, especially for a case like that where you might have contamination concerns, that you have to bring samples back. Although probably if you brought back European sushi, it would probably sell for quite a bit with the billionaires in New York City.
Sushi, yeah. I would love from an engineering perspective just to see all the different candidates and designs for like the scooper for Venus and the scooper for Europa and Mars. I haven't really looked deeply into how they actually, like the actual engineering of collecting the samples, because that's the engineering of that is probably essential for not either destroying life or polluting it with our own microbes and so on. So that's like an interesting engineering challenge. I usually, for rovers and stuff, focus on the sort of the mobility aspect of it, on the robotics, the perception, and the movement, and the planning and the control. There's probably the scooper is probably where the action is. The microscopic sample collection. So basically, you have to first clean your vehicle, make sure it doesn't have any earth-like things on it, and then you have to put it into some kind of thing that's perfectly sealed from the environment. So if we bring it back or we analyze it, it's not going to bring anything else external in. Yeah, I don't know. That would be an interesting engineering design there.
Yeah, I mean, Curiosity's been leaving these little pods on the surface quite recently. There's some neat photos you can find online, and they kind of look like lightsaber hilts. So, to me, I think I tweeted something like, this weapon is your life. Like, don't lose at Curiosity, because it's just dumping these little files everywhere. And it is scooping up these things, and the intention is that in the future there will be a sample return mission that will come and pick these up. But the engineering behind those things is so impressive. The thing that blows me away the most has been the landings. Especially, I'm training to be a pilot at the moment, so that's the sort of, watching landings has become like my pet hobby on YouTube at the moment, and how not to do it, how to do it with different levels of about landing on Mars. Just the light travel time effect means that there's no possibility of a human controlling that descent. And so you have to put all of your faith and your trust in the computer code or the AI or whatever it is that you put on board that thing to make the correct descent. And so there's this famous period called 7 minutes of hell, where you're basically waiting for that light travel time to come back to know whether your vehicle successfully landed on the surface or not. And during that period, in your mind simultaneously that it is doing these multi-stages of deploying its parachute, deploying the crane, activating its jets to come down and controlling its descent to the surface, and then the crane to fly away so it doesn't accidentally hit the rover. And so there's a series of multi-stage points where any of them go wrong, the whole mission could go awry. And so the fact that we are consistently able to build these machines that can do this autonomously is, to me, one of the most impressive acts of engineering that NASA have achieved.
Yes, the unfortunate fact about physics is the takeoff is easier than the landing.
Yes.
And you mentioned Starship. One of the incredible engineering feats that you get to see is the reusable rockets that take off, but they land, and they land using control, and they do so perfecly. And sometimes when it's synchronous, it's beautiful to see. And then with Starship, you see the the chopsticks that catch the ship. I mean, there's just so much incredible engineering. But you mentioned Starships is somehow helpful here. So what's your hope with Starship? What kind of site did it enable possibly?
There's two things. I mean, it's the launch cost itself, which is hopefully going to mean per kilogram it's going to dramatically reduce the cost. So it's the sort of the level, even if it's a factor of 10 higher than what Elon originally promised, this is going to be a revolution for the cost to launch. That means you could do all sorts of things. You could launch large telescopes, which basically like JWST, you don't even have to fold them up. JWST had this whole issue with the design that it's 6.5 meters across, and so you have to, there's no fuselage, which is that large at the time. The Ares 4 wasn't large enough for that, and so they had to fold it up into this kind of complicated origami. And so a large part of the cost was figuring out how to fold it up, testing that it unfolded correctly, repeated testing, and there was something like 130 fail or something during this unfolding mechanism, and so all of us were holding our breath during that process. But if you have the ability to just launch, arbitrarily large masses, at least comparatively compared to JWST, and very large mirrors into space, you can more or less repurpose ground-based mirrors. The Hubble Space Telescope mirror and the JWST mirrors are designed to be extremely lightweight, and that costs significantly. They have this kind of honeycomb design on the back to try and minimize the weight. If you don't really care about weight because it's so cheap, then you could just literally grab many of the existing ground-based mirrors across telescopes across the world, 4 meter, 5 meter mirrors, and just pretty much attach them to a chassis and have your own space-based telescope. I think the Breakthrough Foundation, for instance, is an entity that has interest in doing this sort of thing. And so that raises the prospects of having not just one WST that just, WST is a fantastic resource, but it's split between all of us. Cosmologists, star formation astronomers, those of us studying exoplanets, those of us wanting to study, the ultra deep fields and the origin of the first galaxies, the expansion rate of the universe. Everyone has to share this resource, but we could potentially each have, one JWST each that is maybe just studying a handful of the brightest exoplanet stars and measuring their atmospheres. This is important because if we talked about this planet TRAPPIST-1e earlier. That planet, if JWST stared at it and tried to look for biosignatures, by which I mean oxygen, nitrous oxide, methane, it would take it of order of 200 transits to get even a very marginal, what we call 2.5 sigma detection of those, which basically nobody would believe with that. And 100 transits, I mean, this thing transits once every 6 days, so you're talking about sort of 4 years of staring at the same star with one telescope. There'd be some breaks, but it'd be hard to schedule much else because you have to continuously catch each one of these transits to build up your signal to noise. And so JWST is never going to do that. In principle, technically, JWST could technically have the capability of just about detecting a biosignature on an Earth-like planet around a non-sun-like star, but still, impressively, we have basically the technology to do that, but we simply cannot dedicate all of its time practically to that one resource. So Starship opens up opportunities like that of mass producing these kinds of telescopes, which will allow us to survey for life in the universe, which of course is one of the grand goals of astronomy.
I wonder if you could speak to the bureaucracy, the political battles, the scientific battles for time on the James Webb Telescope. There must be a fascinating process of scheduling that. All scientists are trying to collaborate, figure out what the most important problems are, and there's an interesting network of interfering scientific experiments probably they have to somehow optimize over.
It's a really difficult process. I don't envy the TAC that are going to have to make this decision. We call it the TAC, the time allocation, that make this decision. And I've served on these before, and it's very difficult. I mean, we're seeing sometimes 20 times the number of proposals for telescope time versus available telescope time. For JWST, there has been one call already that has gone out. We call it cycle 1, and that was oversubscribed by, I think, something like 6 to 1, 7 to 1. And the cycle 2, which is just been announced recently, and the deadline at the end of this month. So my team are totally laser focused on writing our proposals right now. That is a competitive, probably more comparable to what Hubble saw. And so it's hard.
More competitive than the cycle 1, you said already?
More,
Because that's already
more
super
competitive than the first cycle. So I said the first cycle of James Webb was about 6-1, and this will probably be more like 20-1, I would
So
expect.
these are all proposals by scientists and so on, and it's not like you can schedule at any time. Because if you're looking for transit times,
Yeah, you have a time critical element.
yes, time critical element, and they're conflicting in non-obvious ways because the frequency is different, the duration is different.
Right.
There's probably computational needs that are different. There's the type of sensors, the direction pointing, all that.
Yeah, it's hard, and there are certain programs like doing a deep field study where you just more or less point the telescope, and that's pretty open. I mean, you're just accumulating photons. You can just point at that patch of the sky whenever the telescope is not doing anything else, and just get to your month. Let's say a month of integration time is your goal over the lifetime of JWST. So that's maybe a little bit easier to schedule. It's harder, especially for us looking at cool worlds, because as I said earlier, these planets transit very infrequently. So we have to wait. If you're looking at the Earth transiting the Sun, an alien watching us, they would only get one opportunity per year to do that observation. The transit lasts for about 12 hours. And so if they don't get that time, it's hard. That's it. If it conflicted with another proposal that wants to use another time critical element, it's much easier for planets like these hot planets or these close-in planets because they transit so frequently. There's maybe 100 opportunities, and so then the TAC can say, okay, they want 10 transits. There's 100 opportunities here. It's easier for us to give them time. We're almost in the worst case scenario. We're proposing to look for exomoons around 2 cool planets, and so we really only have one bite of the cherry for each one. And so our sales pitch has been that these are extremely precious events, and more importantly, JWST is the only telescope, the only machine humanity has ever constructed, which is capable of finding moons akin to the moons in our solar system. Kepler can't do it, even Hubble can't do it. JWST is the first one. And so there is a new window to the universe because we know these moons exist. They're all over the place in the solar system. You have the moon, you have Io, Listo, Europa, Ganymede, Titan. Lots of moons are fairly similar size, sort of 30% the size of the Earth. And this telescope is the first one that can find them. And so we're very excited about the profound implications of ultimately solving this journey we're on in astronomy, which is to understand our uniqueness. We want to understand how common is the solar system. Are we the architecture that frequently emerges naturally, or is there something special about what happened here?
I think this is not the worst case. The best case, it's obvious. It's super rare. So you have to I love scheduling from a computer science perspective. That's my background. So algorithmically, to solve a schedule problem, I would schedule the rarest things first. And obviously, this is the JWST is the first thing that can actually detect a cool world. So this is a big new thing. You can show off that new thing. Happens rarely. Schedule it first. Perfect.
You should be in the TAC. This is perfect.
I will. I'll file my application after we're done with this. This part of me is the OCD. Part of me is the computational aspect. I love scheduling, computing device, because you have that kind of scheduling on supercomputers. That scheduling problem is fascinating. How do you prioritize computation? How do you prioritize science, data collection, sample collection, all that kind of stuff? It's actually kind of fascinating because data, in ways you expect and don't expect, will unlock a lot of solutions to some fascinating mysteries. And so collecting the data and doing so in a way that maximizes the possibility of discovery is really interesting, like from a computational perspective.
I agree. There's a real satisfaction in extracting the maximum science per unit time.
Yeah, exactly.
Out of your telescope. And that's the TAC's job. But the TAC are not machines. They're not a piece of computer code. They will make their selections based off human judgment. And a lot of the telescope, certainly within the field of exoplanets, because there's different fields of astronomy, but within the field of exoplanets, I think a good expectation is that most of the telescope time that JWST have will go towards atmospheric retrieval, which is sort of alluded to earlier, like detecting molecules in the atmospheres, not biosignatures, because as I said, it's really not designed to do that. It's pushing JWST probably too far to expect it to do that. But it could detect, for example, a carbon dioxide rich atmosphere on TRAPPIST 1e. That's not a biosignature, but you could prove it's like a Venus in that case, or maybe like a Mars in that case. Like both those have carbon dioxide rich atmospheres. Doesn't prove or disprove the existence of life either way, but it is our first characterization of the nature of those atmospheres. Maybe we can even tell the pressure level and the temperature of those atmospheres. So that's very exciting. But we are competing with that, and that I think that science is completely mind-blowing and fantastic. We have a completely different objective, which is in our case to try and look for the first evidence of these small moons around these planets, potentially even moons which could be habitable, of course. So I think it's a very exciting goal, but attack has to make a human judgment essentially about which science are they most excited by, which one has the highest promise of return, the most highest chance of return. And so that's hard, because if you look at a planetary atmosphere, well, you know, most of the time the planet has an atmosphere already. And so there's almost a guaranteed success that you're going to learn something about the atmosphere by pointing JWST at it. Whereas in that case, there's a harder sell. We are looking for something that we do not know for sure exists yet or not. And so we are pushing the telescope to do something which is inherently more risky.
Yeah, but the existence, if shown, already gives a deep lesson about what's out there in the universe. That means that other stars have similar types of variety as we have in our solar system. They have an Io, they have a Europa, and so on, which means like there's a lot of possibility for icy planets, for water, for planets that enable, for planets and moons. That's super exciting, because that means everywhere through our galaxy and beyond, there's just innumerable possibility for weird creatures.
I agree.
Life forms.
You don't have to convince me. I mean, NASA has been on this quest for a long time, and it's sometimes called E to Earth. It's the frequency of Earth-like, usually they say planets, in the universe. How common are planets similar to Earth? In terms of, ultimately, we'd like to know everything about these planets in terms of the amount of water they have, how much atmosphere they have. But for now, it's kind of focused just on the size and the distance from the star, essentially. How often do you get similar conditions to that? That was Kepler's primary mission, and it really just kind of flirted with the answer. It didn't quite get to a definitive answer. But I always say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like, I would say, worlds, then moons has to be a part of that, because we know that Earth-like, and so from Kepler data, the preliminary result is that Earth-like planets around like stars is not an inevitable outcome. It seems to be something like a 1 to 10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable that happens. But we do often see about half of all sun-like stars have either a mini Neptune, a Neptune, or a Jupiter in the habitable zone of their stars. That's a very, very common occurrence that we see. Yet we have no idea how often they have moons around them, which could also be habitable. And so there may very well be, if even 1 in 5 of them has an Earth-like moon or even a Mars-like moon around them, then there would be more habitable real estate in terms of exomoons than exoplanets in the universe.
You can essentially 2x, 3x, 5x, maybe 10x the number of habitable worlds out there in the universe. Our current estimate, like the Drake equation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So this is one way to increase the confidence and increase the value of that parameter.
And just know where to look. I mean, we need to know where should we listen for technical signatures, where should we be looking for biosignatures. And not only that, but what role does the moon have in terms of its influence on the planet? We talked about these directly imaged telescopes earlier, these missions that want to take a photo, to quote Carl Sagan, the pale blue dot of our planet, but the pale blue dot of an exoplanet. And that's the dream, to one day capture that. But as impressive as the resolution is that we are planning and conspiring to design for the future generation telescopes to achieve that, even those telescopes will not have the capability of resolving the Earth and the moon within that. It'll be a pale blue dot pixel, but the moon's grayness will be intermixed with that pixel. It's a big problem, because one of the ways that we are claiming to look for life in the universe is a chemical disequilibrium. So you see two molecules that just shouldn't be there. They normally react with each other, or even one molecule that should hang around the atmosphere by itself. So if you had oxygen and methane hanging out together, those would normally react fairly easily. And so if you detected those two molecules in your pale blue dot spectra, you'd be like, okay, we have evidence for life. Something's metabolizing on this planet. However, the challenge here is, what if that moon was Titan? Titan has a methane-rich atmosphere. And what if the pale blue dot was in fact a planet devoid of life, but it had oxygen because of water undergoing this photolysis reaction, splitting into oxygen and hydrogen separately. So then you have all of the hallmarks of what we would claim to be life, but all along you were tricked. It was just a moon that was deceiving you. And so we're never going to, I would claim, really understand or complete this quest of looking for life biosignatures in the universe unless we have a deep knowledge of the prevalence and role moons have. They may even affect the habitability of the planets themselves. Of course, our own moon is freakishly large. By mass ratio, it's the largest moon in the solar system. It's a 1% mass moon. Look at moons are like 10 to the -4, much smaller. And so our own moon seems to stabilize the obliquity of our planet. It gives rise to tides, especially early on when the moon was closer. Those tides would have covered entire continents. And those rock pools that would have been scattered across the entire plateau may have been the origin of life on our planet. The moon forming impact may have stripped a significant fraction of lithosphere off the Earth, which without it, plate tectonics may not have been possible. We'd have had a stagnant lid because there was just too much lithosphere stuck on the top of the planet. And so there are speculative reasons, but intriguing reasons as to why a large moon may be not just important, but central to the question of having the conditions necessary for life. So moons can be habitable in their own right, but they can also play a significant influence on the habitability of the planets they orbit. And further, they will surely interfere with our attempts to detect life remotely from afar.
So, taking a tangent, you've written about binary planets. What's and that they're surprisingly common, or they might be surprisingly common. What's the difference between a large moon and binary planets? What are binary planets? What's interesting to say here about giant rocks flying through space and orbiting each other?
The thing that's interesting about binary objects is that they're very common in the universe. Binary stars are everywhere, but the majority of stars seem to live in binary systems. When we look at the outer edges of the solar system, we see binary Kuiper belt objects all the time, asteroids basically bound to one another. Pluto Charon is kind of an example of that. It's a 10% mass ratio system. It almost is, by many definitions, a binary planet, but now it's a dwarf planet. So yeah, I don't really call that now. But we know that these, the universe likes to make things in pairs.
Yeah. So you're saying our sun is an incel? it's looking. So most things are dating, they're in relationships, and ours is alone.
It's not a complete freak of the universe to be alone, but it is. It's more common for sun-like stars. If you count up all the sun-like stars in the universe, about half of the sun-like star systems are in binary or trinary systems, and the other half are single. But because those binaries are 2 or 3 stars, then cumulatively, maybe like a third of all sun-like stars are single.
I'm trying hard to not anthropomorphize the relationship the stars have with each other. But yeah,
the triplets.
I've met those folks also. So is there something interesting to learn about the habitability, how that affects the probability of habitable worlds when they kind of couple up like that in those different ways?
Well, it depends when we're talking about the stars or the planets. Certainly, if stars couple up, that has a big influence on the habitability. Of course, this is very famous from Star Wars. Tatooine in Star Wars is a binary star system, and you have Luke Skywalker looking at the sunset and seeing 2 stars come down. And for years, we thought that was purely a product of George Lucas's incredibly creative mind, and we didn't think that planets would exist around binary star systems. It seems like too tumultuous an environment for a quiescent planetary disk, circumstellar disk, to form planets from. And yet, one of the astounding discoveries from Kepler was that these appear to be quite common. In fact, as far as we can tell, they're just as common around binary stars as single stars. The only caveat to that is that you don't get planets close into binary stars. They have like a clearance region on the inside, where planets, maybe they form there, but they don't last. They are dynamically unstable in that zone. But once you get out to about the distance that the Earth orbits the sun, or even a little bit closer in, you start to find planets emerging. And so that's the right distance for liquid water, it's the right distance for potentially life on those planets. And so there may very well be plenty of habitable planets around the binary stars. Binary planets is a little bit different. Binary planets, I don't think we have any serious connection of planet binarity to habitability. Certainly when we investigated it, that was a drive that this is somehow the solution to life in the universe or anything. It was really just like all good science questions, a curiosity-driven question.
What's the dynamic? Are they legit orbiting each other as they orbit the star?
So the formation mechanism proposed here, because it is very difficult to form two protoplanets close to each other like this. They were generally merged within the disk, and so that's why you normally get single planets. But you could have something like Jupiter and Saturn form at separate distances. They could dynamically be scattered in towards one another and basically not quite collide, but have a very close-on encounter. Now, because tidal forces increase dramatically as the distance decreases between two objects, the tides can actually dissipate the kinetic energy and bring them bound into one another. So that seems, when we, when you first hear that, you think that seems fairly contrived, that you'd have the conditions just right to get these tides to cause a capture. But numerical simulations have shown that about 10% of planet-planet encounters are shown to produce something like binary planets, which is a startling prediction. And so that seems at odds with, naively, the exoplanet catalogue, for which we know of so far no binary planets. And we propose one of the resolutions to this might be that the binary planets are just incredibly difficult to detect, which is also counterintuitive, because remember how they form is through this tidal mechanism. And so they form extremely close to each other. So the distance that Io is away from Jupiter, just a few planetary radii, they're almost touching one another, and they're just tidally locked, facing each other for eternity. And so in that configuration, as it transits across the star, it kind of looks like you can't really resolve those two planets. It just looks like one planet to you that's going across the star. The temporal resolution of the data is rarely good enough to distinguish that. And so you'd see one transit, but in fact it's two planets very close together which are transiting at once. And so, yeah, we wrote a paper just recently where we developed some techniques to try and get around this problem and hopefully provide a tool where we could finally look for these planets.
The problem of detection of planets when they're so close.
That was our focus, was how do you get around this merging problem. So whether they're out there or not, we don't know. We're planning to do a search for them, but it remains an open question. And I think just one of those fun astrophysics curiosities questions, whether binary planets exist in the universe. Because then, you have binary Earths, you have binary Neptune, all sorts of wild stuff that would, float to the side by imagination.
I wonder what the physics on a binary planet feels like. It might be trivial. I have to think about that. I wonder if there's some interesting dynamics. Like, you feel multiple, or would gravity feel different at different parts of the surface of the sphere when there's another large sphere that's in?
Yeah, I would think that the force would be fairly similar, because the shape of the object would deform to a flat geopotential, essentially a uniform geopotential, but it would lead to a distorted shape of the two objects. I think they'd become ellipsoids facing one another. So it would be pretty wild when people like flat Earth or spherical Earth, you fly from space and you see a ball-shaped Earth.
Yeah. Finally, there's proof. And I wonder how difficult it would be to travel from one to the other, because you have to overcome the one. No, it might be kind of easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close to each other, that helps. And I think the most critical factor would be how massive is the planet. That's always, one of the challenges with escaping planets, there was a fun paper one of my colleagues wrote that suggested that super Earth planets may be inescapable. If you're a civilization that were born on a super Earth, the surface gravity is so high that the chemical potential energy of hydrogen or methane, whatever fuel you're using, simply is at odds with the gravity of the planet itself. And so you would, our current rockets, I'm not sure what the fraction of 90% of fuel or something by mass, these things would have to be like the size of the Giza pyramids of fuel with just a tiny tip on the top in order just to escape that planetary atmosphere. And so it has been argued that if you live on a Earth, you may be forced to live there forever. There may be no escape unless you invent a space elevator or something. But then, how do you even build the infrastructure in space to do something like that in the absence of the successful rocket program? And so, the more and more we look at our Earth and think about the sorts of problems we're facing, the more you see things about the Earth which make it ideally suited in so many regards. It's almost spooky, right? That we not only live on a planet which has the right conditions for life, for intelligent life, for sustained fossil fuel industry, just happens to be in the ground. We have plenty of fossil fuels in our industrial revolution going, but also the chemical energy contained within those fossil fuels and hydrogen and other fuels is sufficient that we have the ability to escape our planetary atmosphere and planetary gravity program. And we also happen to have a celestial body which is just within reach, the moon, which doesn't also necessarily have to be true. Were the moon not there, what effect would that have on our aspirations of a space program in the 1960s? Would there have ever been a space race to Mars or to Venus? It's a much harder, certainly for a human program, that seems almost impossible with 1960s technology to imagine ever come to fruition.
It's almost as if somebody constructed a set of challenging obstacles before us to solve, but they're doable, and there's a sequence to them. Gravity is very difficult to overcome, but we have, given the size of Earth, it's not so bad that we can still actually construct propulsion systems.
Same with climate change, perhaps. I mean, climate change is the next major problem facing our civilization, but we know it is technically surmountable. You know, it does seem sometimes like there has been a series of challenges laid out to progress us towards a mature civilization that can one day perhaps expand to the stars.
I'm concerned about nuclear weapons, AI, and natural or artificial pandemics. But yes, climate change.
Well, there you go. I mean, plenty of milestones that we need to cross, and we can argue about the severity of each of them. But there is no doubt that we live in a world that has serious challenges that are pushing our intellects and our will to the limit of whether we're really ready to progress to the next stage of our development.
So thank you for taking a tangent. There'll be a million more, but can we step back to Kepler 1625b? What is it? And you've talked about this kind of journey, this effort to discover exomoons, so moons out there, or small, cool objects out there. Where does that effort stand, and what is Kepler 16?
Yeah, I've been searching for exomoons for most of my professional career, and I think a lot of my colleagues think I'm kind of crazy to still be doing it. You know, after 5 years of not finding anything, I think most people would probably try doing something else. I even had people say to me, they said, professors, and I remember at a cocktail party took me to the side, an MIT professor, and he said, you know, you should just look for hot Jupiters. They're everywhere. It's really, you can write papers. It's so easy to find. And I was like, yeah, hot Jupiters just, they're not interesting to me. I want to do something that I feel intellectually pushes me to the end, and is maybe a contribution that but maybe is not certainly the thing that anybody could do. I don't want to just be the first to something for the sake of being first. I want to do something that feels like a meaningful intellectual contribution to our society. And so, you know, this exomoon problem has been haunting me for years to try and solve this. Now, as I said, we looked for years and years using Kepler, and the closest we got was just a hint that one star, Kepler 1625, has a Jupiter-like planet in orbit of it. And that Jupiter-like planet is on a 287-day period. So it's almost the same distance as the Earth right now for Jupiter. So that was already unusual. I don't think people realize that Jupiter-like planets are quite rare in the universe. Certainly mini Neptunes and Neptunes are extremely common, but Jupiter's, only about 10% of sun-like stars have Jupiters around them as far as we can tell.
When you say Jupiter, which aspect of Jupiter?
In terms of its mass and its semi-major axis. So anything beyond about half an AU, so half the distance of the Earth and the Sun, and something of order of a tenth of a Jupiter mass, that's the mass of Saturn, up to say 10 Jupiter masses, which is basically where you start to get dwarfs. Those types of objects appear to be somewhat unusual. Most solar systems do not have Jupiters, which is really interesting because Jupiter, again, like the moon, seems to have been a character in the story of the development of our solar system, perhaps especially having a large influence in the development of the late Hadron bombardment and the rate of asteroid impacts that we receive and things like this. Anyway, to come back to 1625, this like planet had a hint of something in the data. But what I mean by that is when we looked at the transit, we got the familiar decrease in light that we always see when a planet travels in front of the star. But we saw something extra. Just on the edges, we saw some extra dips around the outside. It was right at the hairy edge of detectability. We didn't believe it because I think one of the challenges of looking for something for 10 years is that you become your own greatest skeptic. And no matter what you're shown, you're always thinking, it's like falling in love so many times and it not working out. You convince yourself it's never going to happen. Not me, this isn't going to happen. And so I saw that and I didn't really believe it because I didn't dare let myself believe it. But being a good scientist, we knew we had an obligation to publish it, to talk about the result and to follow it up and to try and resolve what was going on. So we asked for Hubble Space Telescope time, which was awarded in that case. So we were one of those lucky 20 that got telescope time. And we stared at it for about 40 hours continuously. And to provide some context, the dip that we saw in the Kepler data corresponded to a Neptune-sized moon around a Jupiter-sized planet, which was another reason why I was skeptical. That we don't have that in the solar system. That seems so strange. And then when we got the Hubble data, it seemed to confirm exactly that. There was two really striking pieces of evidence in the data that suggested this moon was there. Another was a fairly clear second dip in light, pretty clearly resolved by Hubble. It was about a 5 sigma detection. And on top of that, we could see the planet didn't transit when it should have done. It actually transited earlier than we expected it to, by about 20 minutes or so. And so that's a hallmark of a gravitational interaction between the planet and the moon. We actually expected that. You can also expect that if the moon transits after the planet, then the planet should come in earlier than expected because the barycenter, the center of mass, lives between the two of them, kind of like on a. So we saw that as well. So the phase signature matched up. The mass of the moon was measured to be Neptune mass, and the size of the moon was measured to be Neptune radius. And so everything just really lined up. And we spent months and months trying to kill it. This is my strategy for anything interesting. We just try and throw the kitchen sink at it and say, we must be tricked by something. And so we tried looking at the centroid motion of the telescope, at the different wavelength channels that have been observed, the pixel level information, and the matter, we just couldn't get rid of it. And so we submitted to Science. I think at the time, Science, which is one of the top journals, said to us, would you mind calling your paper Discovery of an Exomoon? And I had to push back, and we said, no, we're not calling it that. Even despite everything we've done, we're not calling it a discovery, we're calling it evidence for Exomoon. Because for me, I want to see this repeat times, 3 times, 4 times, before I really would bet my house that this is the real deal. I mean, and I do worry, as I said, that perhaps that's my own skepticism, self-skepticism going too far. But I think it was the right decision. And since that paper came out, there has been continuous interest in the subject. Another team independently analyzed that star and recovered actually pretty much exactly the same results as us, the same dip, the same wobble of the planet. And a third team looked at it and they actually got something different. They saw the dip was diminished compared to what we saw. They saw a little hint of a dip, but not as pronounced as what we saw. And they saw the wobble as well. So there's been a little bit of tension about analyzing the reduction of Hubble data. And so the only way in my mind to resolve this is just to we actually did report straight after that. And we said, if our model is right, if the moon is there, it came in late last time. It transited after the planet. Because of the orbit, we can calculate that it should transit before the planet next time. If it's not there, if it doesn't transit before, and even if we see a dip afterwards, we know that's not our moon. It's obviously some instrumental effect with the data. We have a causal prediction as to where the moon should be. And so I was really excited about that, but we didn't get the telescope time. And unfortunately, if you go further into the future, we no longer have the predictive capability, because it's like predicting the weather. You might be able to predict the weather next week to some level of accuracy, but predicting the weather next year becomes incredibly hard. The uncertainties just grow and compound as you go forward into the future more and more.
How are you able to know where they will be positioned? So you're able to tell the orbiting like geometry and frequency?
Yeah, so from the basically from the wobbles of the planet itself, that tells us the orbital motion of the moon. It's the reflex motion of the moon on the planet.
Isn't it just an estimate where, like, I'm concerned about you making a strong prediction here, because like if you don't get the moon where the moon's on the next time around, if you did get Hubble, that means something else if you didn't see that, like, because you said it would be an instrumental. I feel the strong urge to prove your which is a really good imperative. It's a good way to do science, but like this is such a noisy signal, right? Or blurry signal, maybe. Low resolution signal, maybe.
I mean, it's a 5 signals. That's at the slightly uncomfortable edge. I mean, it's often said that for any detection of a first new phenomena, you really want like a 20, 25 signal detection. Then there's just no that what you're seeing is real. This was at that edge. I mean, I guess it's comparable to the Higgs boson, but the Higgs boson was slightly different because there was so much theoretical impetus as to expect a signal at that precise location. A Neptune-sized moon predicted by anyone. There's no papers you can find that expect Neptune-sized moons around Jupiter-sized planets. So I think we were inherently skeptical about its reality for that reason. But science in action, and when we fit the wobbles, we fit the dips, we have a 3D geometric model for the motion of the orbit, and projecting that forward, we found that about 80% of our projections led to be before. So it's not 100%. There was maybe 20% of the cases it was over here, but to me that was a hard enough projection that we felt it's the basis of science, a falsifiable hypothesis. How can you make progress in science if you don't have a falsifiable, testable hypothesis? And so
the relation with the moon that fits the data that we observed, and then you can now make predictions based on that simulation.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Okay.
These are like little solar systems that we can simulate on the computer and imagine their motions. But we are pushing things to the very limits of what's possible, and that's double. It's very exciting intellectually, but you're always risking to some degree the pushing too far.
So I'd like to ask you about the recent paper you co-authored, an exomoon survey of 70 cool exoplanets, and the new candidate Kepler 1790 bi.
I'd say there's like 3 or 4 candidates at this point, of which we have published 2 of them. And to me, 2 are quite compelling and deserve follow-up observations. And so to get a confirmed detection, at least in our case, we would need to see a repeat for sure. One of the problems with some of the other methods that have been proposed is that you don't get that repeatability. So for instance, an example of a technique that would lack that would be gravitational microlensing. So it is possible with a new telescope coming up in the future, called the Roman Space Telescope, which is basically a repurposed light that's the size of the Hubble mirror going up into space. It will stare at millions of stars simultaneously, and it will look to see, instead of any of those stars get an amount of time, which will be a transit, it'll look for the opposite. It'll look to see if anything can get brighter. And that brightness increase is caused by another planetary system in front, and then occasionally lensing light around it to cause a brightening. And so this is a method of discovering an entire solar system, but only for a glimpse. You just get a short glimpse of it passing like a ship through the night. Just that one photo of it. Now the problem with that is that it's very difficult. The physics of gravitational lensing are not surprisingly complicated, and so there's many possible solutions. So you might have a solution which is this could be a red dwarf star with a Jupiter-like planet. The solution is that a rogue planet like Jupiter with an Earth-like moon around it, and those 2 solutions are almost indistinguishable. Now, ideally, we would to repeat the observation. We'd be able to go back and see what really is there. Then we could predict its mass, predict its motion, and expect it to be maybe over here next time or something. With microlensing, it's a one snapshot event. And so for me, it's intriguing as a way of revealing something about the XMM population. But I always come back to transits because it's the only method we really have that's absolutely repeatable, that will be able to come back and prove to everyone that, look, on the 17th of October, the moon will be over here and the moon will look like this, and we can actually capture that image. And that's what we've got in exoplanets. So we want to get to that same point of full confidence, full confirmation, the slam dunk detection of these exomoons. But yeah, it's been a hell of a journey to try and push the field into that direction. And
is that the transit method?
Not to the transit method. I just say to exomoons. So the transit method is by far the most popular method for looking for exoplanets. But yeah, as I've alluded to, exomoons is kind of a niche topic within this, because people I think are waiting for those slam dunks. And it was like if you go back to the first exoplanet discovery that was made in 1995 by mission mate Didier Queloz, I think it's true at the time that they were seen as mavericks, that the idea of looking for planets around stars was considered fringe science. And I'm sure many colleagues told them, why don't you do something more safe, like study eclipsing stars? Two binary star systems, we know those exist, so why are you wasting your time looking for planets? You're going to get this alien moniker or something, and you'll be seen as a fringe maverick scientist. And so I think it was quite difficult for those early planet hunters to get legitimacy and be taken seriously. And so very few people risked their careers to do it, except for those that were either emboldened to try or had maybe the career they didn't have applications of failure. And so once that happened, once they made the first discoveries, overnight, turning into the astronomy community shifted, and huge numbers of people that were once upon a time studying eclipsing binaries, changed to become, and so that was the exoplanets. Now in a kind of a second wave, or even a third wave, where people like me to some degree kind of grew up with the idea of exoplanets as being normal. I was 11 years old when the first exoplanet was discovered, and so to me it was a fairly normal idea to grow up with. And so we've been trained in exoplanets from the very beginning. And so that brings a different perspective to those who have maybe transitioned from a different career path. And so I suspect with exomoons and probably technosignatures, astrobiology, many of the topics which are seen at the fringes of what's possible, they will all open becoming mainstream one day. But there's a lot of people who are just waiting for that assuredness that there is a secure career net ahead of them before they commit.
Yeah, it does seem to me that exomoons open wider, or open for the first time, the door to aliens. Just more seriously academically studying, all right, let's look at like alien worlds. So I think it's still pretty fringe to talk about alien life, even on Mars and the moons and so on. You're kind of like, it would be nice, but imagine the first time to discover a living organism. Then everybody would look like an idiot for not focusing everything on this. Because the possibility of the things it's possible it might be super boring. It might be very boring bacteria, but even the existence of life elsewhere, that changes everything. That means life is everywhere.
Yeah. If you knew now that in 5 years, 10 years, the first life, so surely approach your entire career especially someone junior in astronomy, you would surely be like, well, this is clearly going to be the direction I have to dedicate my classes and my training and my education towards that direction.
All the new textbooks, all the
right.
And I think there's a lot of value to hedging, like allocating some of the time to that possibility, because the kind of discovery this might in a decade. It feels like we're on the verge of a lot of getting a lot of really good data and having better and better tools
will process that data. So it's just going to be a continuous increase of the kind of discoveries that will open. But a slam dunk, that's hard to come by. Right?
Yeah, I think a lot of us are anticipating, and we're already seeing it to some degree with Venus and the phosphine incident. But we've seen before with Bill Clinton's and the White House lawn announcing life from Mars, and there are inevitably going to be spurious claims, or at least claims which are ambiguous to some degree. It will be for sure a high-profile journal like Nature or Science that will one day publish a paper saying biosignature discovered something like that on TRAPPIST-1 or some other planet, and then there will be years of back and forth in the literature. And that might seem frustrating, but that's how science works. It's, that's the mechanism of science at play, of people scrutinizing the results to intense skepticism. It's like a crucible. You burn away all irrelevances until whatever is left is the truth. And so you're left with that people don't believe there. So it's inevitably going to be a lot of controversy and debate and argument about it. We just have to anticipate that. And so I think you have to basically have a thick skin to some degree academically to dive into that world. And you're seeing that with phosphine. It's been uncomfortable to watch the kind of dialogue that some of the scientists are having with each other about that, because
they get a little aggressive.
Yeah, and you can understand why, because
jealousy? I don't know. That's me saying, not you. That's me talking.
I'm sure there's some envy involved on the of those who are not part of the original discovery. But there's also, in any case, just to leave the particular people involved in Venus alone, any case of making a claim of that magnitude, especially life, because life is pretty much one of the biggest discoveries of all time, you can imagine scientifically. You can see, and I'm so conscious of this when I get close to, as I said, even the much smaller goal of setting an exomoon, the ego creep in. And so as a scientist, we have to be so guarded against our own egos. You see years of a Nobel Prize or the fame and fortune and being remembered in the history books, and we all grew up in our training learning about Newton and Einstein, these giants of the field, Feynman, Maxwell, and you get the idea of these individual contributions which get immortalized for all time, and that's seductive. It's why many of us with the skill set to go into maybe banking instead decided, actually, there's something about the idea of being immortalized and contributing towards society in a permanent way that is more attractive than the financial reward skills elsewhere. So to some degree, that ego can be a benefit because it brings in skillful people into our field who might otherwise be tempted by money elsewhere. But on the other hand, the closer you get towards when you start flirting with that Nobel Prize in your eyes, or you think you're on the verge of seeing something, you can lose objectivity. A very famous example of this is Barnard's star. There was a planet claimed there by Peter van der Kamp, I think it was in 1968, 69. And at the time, it had been the first ever exoplanet ever claimed. And he felt assured that this planet was there. He was actually using the wobbling star method, but using the positions of the stars to see them, to claim this exoplanet. And with subsequent analyses by both dynamicists and theorists and those looking at the instrumental data, established unanimously that there was no way this planet was really there. But Peter van der Kamp insisted it was there, despite overwhelming evidence that was accruing against him. And even to the day he died, which was saying this planet was there, even the first genuine exoplanet discoveries. And even at that point, I think Hubble had even looked at that star, ruled out any possibility of what he was talking about. And so that's a problem. How do you get to a point as a scientist where you just can't accept anything that comes? It starts out with the dream of fame, and then it ends in a stubborn refusal to ever back down.
Of course, the flip side of that is sometimes you need that to have the strength to carry a belief against the entire scientific community that resists their beliefs. And so it's a double-edged sword.
That can happen, but I guess the distinction here is evidence.
Yes.
So in this case, the evidence was so overwhelming. It wasn't really a matter of interpretation. It was you'd observe this star with the same star, but with maybe 10, even 100 times greater precision for prolonged, much longer periods of time, and there was just no doubt to this point this planet was a mirage. And so that's why you have to be very careful. I always say, don't ever name, my wife, my daughter, like, name this planet after me that you discovered. I can't ever name a planet because I won't be objective anymore. However, how could I ever turn around to you and say that planet wasn't real, that I named after you?
So you're somebody that talks about and is clear in your eyes and in your way of being. You love the process of discovery, that joy, the magic of just, seeing something, a new observation, a new idea, right? But I guess the point is when you have that sweet, like to start like testing, what does this actually mean? Is this real? What are the possible different interpretations that could make this a lot less grand than I first imagined? And so both have the wonder and the skepticism all in one brain.
Yeah, I think the more I'm currently, I think that just comes from, I grew up with a religious family and was just sort of indoctrinated to some degree, like many children are, that like it's normal that there's a God and this is the way the world is. God created the earth. And then as I became more, well read and literate of what was happening in the world scientifically, I started to doubt. And it really struck the of when you do decide not to be religious anymore. And it's not really like a light bulb moment. It happens over sort of 11 to 13, I think it was happening. But start letting go of this beautiful dream which you had in your mind of eternal life, for behaving yourself on earth. You would have this beautiful heaven that you could go to and live forever, and that's very attractive. And for me personally, that's one of the things that pulled me against it. Was this? It's like it's too good to be true, and it's very convenient that this could be so. And I have no evidence directly in terms of a scientific sense to support this hypothesis. And it just became really difficult to reconcile my growth as a scientist. And I know some people find that reconciliation. I have not. Maybe I will one day. But as a general guiding principle, which I think I obtained from that experience, was that I have to be extremely guarded about what I want to be true, because it's going to sway me to say things which are not true if I'm not careful. And that's not what we're trained to do as scientists.
So you felt from a religious perspective that there was a little bit of a gravitational field in terms of your opinion affecting how you could be as a scientist. Like as a scientific thinker, obviously you were young.
Yeah, I think I think that's true. That whenever there's something you want to be true, it's the ultimate seduction intellectually. And I worry about this a lot with UFOs. It's true already with things like Venus, phosphine, and searching for astrobiological signals. We have to guard against this all the way through, from however we're looking for life, however we're looking for whatever this big question is. There is a part of us, I think, in the universe. I hope there is life in the universe, but I'm somewhat been on record several times as being fairly firm about trying to remain consciously agnostic about that question. I don't want to make up my mind about what the answer is before I've collected evidence to inform that decision. That's how science should work. If I already know what the answer is, then what am I doing? And that's not a scientific experiment anymore. You've already decided, so what are you trying to learn? What's the point of doing the experiment if you already know what the answer is? There's no point.
It's so complicated because, so if I'm being honest with myself, when I imagine the universe, so first thing I imagine about our world is that we humans, and me certainly as one particular human, know very. My first assumption is I know almost nothing about how anything works. So first of all, that actually applies for things that humans do know, like quantum mechanics and all the things that there's different pieces that I just have not dedicated to. Even that's starting to go. But if we take all of knowledge as human civilization, we know almost nothing. That's kind of an assumption I have. It seems like we keep discovering mysteries, and it seems like human history is defined by moments when we said, okay, we pretty much figured it all out, and then you realize a century later, when you said that, you didn't figure out anything. Okay, so that's like a starting point. The second thing I have is I feel like the entirety of the universe is just filled with alien civilizations. Statistically, there's the important thing that enables that belief for me is that they don't have to be human-like. They can be, and it's just the fact that life exists and just seeing the way life is on Earth, that it just finds a way. It finds a way in so many different complicated environments. It finds a way. Whatever that force is, that same force has to find a way elsewhere also. But then if I'm also being honest, and I don't know how many hours in a day I spend seriously considering the possibility that we're alone. I don't know when my heart is in wander, I think about all the different life that's out there. But to really imagine that we're alone, like really imagine all the vastness that's out there, we're alone, that not even bacteria.
I would say you don't have to believe that we are alone, but you have to admit it's a possibility about ignorance of the universe so far. You can have a belief about something in the absence of evidence. Carl Sagan famously described that as the definition of faith. If you believe something when there's no evidence, you have faith that there's life in the universe, but you can't demonstrate, you can't prove it mathematically, you can't show me evidence of that.
But is there so mathematically, math is a funny thing. Is there, the way physicists think, like intuition, there's some basic reasoning. Is there some value to that?
Well, I'd say you can certainly make a very good argument. I think you've kind of already made one. Just the vastness of the universe is the default argument people often turn to, that surely there should be others out there. It's hard to imagine. There are of order of 10 to the 22 stars in our observed universe. So really there's a probability of one of those 10 to the 22 planets, let's say, Earth-like planets, if they all have Earth-like planets, going on to form life spontaneously. That's the process of abiogenesis, the spontaneous emergence of life.
Also, the word spontaneous is a funny.
Well, again, maybe we wouldn't use spontaneous, but not being, so say, seeded by, say, some other civilization or something like this. It naturally emerges.
Because even the word spontaneous makes it seem less likely.
Yeah.
Like there's just this chemistry and extremely random process.
It could be a very gradual process over millions of years of growing complexity in chemical networks.
Maybe there's a force in the universe that pushes it towards interesting complexity, pockets of complexity, that ultimately creates something like life which we can't possibly define yet. And sometimes it manifests itself into something that looks like humans, but it can be a totally different kind of computational information processing system that we're too dumb to even visualize.
Yeah, certainly, it's kind of weird that complexity develops at all, right? Because it seems like the opposite to our physical intuition, training in physics, of entropy, that things should, complexity is hard to spontaneously, well, I shouldn't say spontaneously, but hard to emerge in general. And so that's an interesting problem. I think there's been, certainly from an evolutionary perspective, you do see growing complexity. And there's a nice argument, I think it's by Gould, who shows that if you have a certain amount of complexity, it can either become less complex or more complex through random mutation. And the less complex things are stripping things, something that was necessary due to their survival. And so in general, that's going to be not particularly useful in its survival. And so it's going to be detrimental to strip away a significant amount of its useful traits. Whereas if you add something something, this typical thing that you add is probably not useful at all. It's probably just doesn't really affect its survival negatively, but neither does it provide any significant benefit. But sometimes on rare occasions, I have a certain level of complexity. It's hard to go back in complexity, but it's fairly easy to go forward with enough bites of the cherry. You will eventually build up in complexity, and that tends to be why we see complexity grow in certainly in an evolutionary sense, but also perhaps it's operating in chemical networks that led to the emergence of life. I guess the real problem I have with the numbers game, just come back to that, is that we are talking about a certain probability of that occurring. It may be to go from the primordial soup, however you want to call it, the ingredients that the earth started with, the organic molecules, the probability of going from that initial condition to something that was capable of Darwinian natural selection that maybe we could define as life. The probability of that is maybe 1% of the time that happens, in which case you're right, the universe would be absolutely teeming with life, but it could also be 10 to the power minus 10, in which case it's 1 per galaxy, or 10 to the power of minus 100, in which case the vast majority of universes even do not have life within it.
90%.
Or
you said 1%. You said 1%. It could be 90% if the conditions, the chemical conditions of a planet are correct, or a moon are correct.
I admit that. It could be any of those numbers. And the challenge is we just have no why 90 is any, because we're talking about a probability for probability. What is 90% more a priori likely than 10 to the power minus 20?
Well, the thing is, we do have an observation, N of 1, of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's difficult to know what to do with that, what kind of intuition you build on top of that, because on Earth, it seems like life finds a way.
Okay.
In all kinds of conditions, in all kinds of crazy conditions.
Good.
Able to like build up from the basic chemistry. You could say, okay, maybe it takes a little bit of time to develop some complicated technology like mitochondria. I don't know, like photosynthesis. Fine, but it seems to figure it out, and like do it extremely well.
Yeah, but I would say you're describing a different process. I mean, maybe I'm at fault for separating these two processes, but to me, you're describing basically natural selection, evolution at that point. Whereas I'm really describing abiogenesis, which is to me a separate, distinct process.
To you, limited to human scientists, yes, but why would it be a separate process? Why is the birth of life a separate process from the process of life? Why is we're uncomfortable with the Big Bang. We're uncomfortable with the first thing, I think. Like, where does this come from?
Right. So I think I would say I just twist that question around and say you're saying why is it a different process? Why? And I would say why shouldn't it be a different process? Which isn't really a good defense, except to say that we have knowledge of how natural selection, evolution works. We think we understand that process. We have almost no information about the earliest stages of how life emerged on our planet. It may be that you're right, and it is a part of a continuum. It may be that it is also a distinct, improbable set of circumstances that led to the emergence of life. As a scientist, I'm just trying to be open-minded to both possibilities. If I assert that life must be everywhere, to me, you run the risk of experimental bias. If you think you know what the answer is, if you look at an Earth-like planet and you are preconditioned to think there's a 90% chance of life on this planet, it's going to, at some level, affect your interpretation of that data. Whereas if I, however critical you might be of the agnosticism that I impose upon myself, remain open to both possibilities, then I trust in myself to make a fair assessment as to the reality of that evidence for life.
Yeah, but I wonder sort of scientifically, and that's really beautiful to hear and inspiring to hear. I wonder scientifically how many firsts we truly know of, like, and that we don't eventually explain as actually a step number 1 million in a long process. So I think that's a really interesting thing if there's truly first in this universe. Like, for us, whatever happened, the Big Bang is a kind of first, the origin of stuff. Just again, it seems like history shows that we'll figure out that it's actually a continuation or something. But then physicists say that time is emergent and there are causality in time is a very human kind of construct. That it's very possible that all of this, so there could be really firsts of a thing to which we attach a name. So whatever we call life, maybe there is an origin of it.
Yeah, and I would also say I'm open to there being part of a continuation, but the continuation maybe is more broader, and it's a continuation of chemical systems and chemical networks. And what we call this one particular type of chemistry and this behavior of chemistry life. But it is just one manifestation of all the trillions of possible permutations in which chemical reactions can occur. And we assert specialness to it because that's what we are. And so this is also true of intelligence. You could extend the same thing and say, we're looking for intelligent life in the universe, and then you sort of, where do you define intelligence? Where's that continuum of something that's really like us? Are we alone? There may be a continuum of chemical systems, a continuum of intelligences out there, and we have to be careful of our own arrogance of assuming specialness about what we are, that we are some distinct category of phenomena, whereas the universe doesn't really care about what category we are. It's just doing what it's doing and doing everything in infinite diversity and infinite combinations, essentially what it's doing. And so we are taking this one slice and saying, no, this has to be treated separately. And I'm open to the idea that it could be a truly separate phenomenon, but it may just be like a snowflake. Every snowflake's different. It may just be that this one particular iteration is another variant of the vast continuum.
Yeah, maybe the algorithm of natural selection itself is an invention of Earth. I kind of often tend to suspect that this whatever the algorithm is, it kind of operates at all levels throughout the universe. But maybe this is a very kind of peculiar thing that's where there's a bunch of chemical systems that compete against each other somehow for survival under limited resources, and that's a very Earth-like thing.
Mm-hmm.
We have a nice balance of there's a large number of resources, enough to have a bunch of different kinds of systems competing, but not so many that they get lazy.
Yeah,
and maybe that's why bacteria were very lazy for a long time. Maybe they didn't have much competition.
Quite possibly. I mean, I try to, as fun as it is to get into the speculation about the definitions of life and what life does and this gross network of possibilities, for me, the strongest argument for remaining agnostic is to avoid that bias and assessing data. I think we've seen it. I mean, Percival Lowell, I talked about, maybe last year or 2 years ago. He was a very famous astronomer who, in the 19th century, was claiming the evidence of canals on Mars. And from his perspective, and even at the time, culturally, it was widely accepted that Mars would, of course, have life. I mean, I think it seems silly to us, but it was kind of similar arguments to what we're using now about exoplanets. That, well, of course, there must be life in the universe. How could it just be here? And so it seemed obvious to people when you looked at Mars with its polar caps, even its atmosphere had seasons. It seemed obvious to them that too would be a place where life not only was present to a civilization which actually was fairly comparable in technology to our own, because it was building canal systems. Of course, a canal system is a bizarre techno-signature to us, but it was a product of their time. To them, that was the cutting edge in technology. It should be a warning shot, actually, a little bit for us, that if we think solar panels or building stars or whatever, space mining is like an inevitable techno-signature, that may be laughably antiquated compared to what other civilizations far more advanced than us may be doing. And Percival Lowell, he I think was a product of his time, that he thought life was there inevitably. He even wrote about it extensively. And so when he saw these lines, these lineae on the surface of Mars, to him it was just obvious they were canals. And that was experimental bias playing out. He was told, for one, that he had basically the greatest eyesight out of any of his peers. An ophthalmologist had told him that in Boston, that his eyesight was absolutely spectacular. So he just was convinced everything he saw was real. And secondly, he was convinced there was life there. And so to him, it just added up. And then that kind of wasted, decades of research of treating the idea of Mars being inhabited by this canal civilization. But on the other hand, it's maybe not a waste because it is a lesson in history of how we should be always on guard against our own preconceptions and biases about whether life is out there, and furthermore, what types of things life might do if it is there.
If I were running this simulation, you could also talk about it because you make the case against it. But if I were running a simulation, I would definitely put you in a room with an alien and just to see you mentally freak out for hours at a time. You for sure would have thought you will be convinced that you've lost your mind. I mean, no, not that. But I mean, like, if we discover life, we discovered interesting new physical phenomena. I think the right approach is definitely to be extremely skeptical, be very, very careful about things you want to be true. That's
yeah.
Really,
I would say I'm not like some extreme denialist of evidence. If there was compelling evidence for life on another planet, I would be the first one to be celebrating that and be shaking hands with the alien on the White House lawn. Whatever. That would be, I grew up with Star Trek, and that was my fantasy, was to, be Captain Kirk and fly across the stars and get a civilization. So there's nothing more I'd want to be true, as I said. But we just have to guard against it when we're assessing data. But I have to say I'm very skeptical that we will ever have that Star Trek moment. even if there are other civilizations out there, they're never going to be at a point which is in technological lockstep with us, similar level of development. Even intellectually, the idea that they could have a conversation with us, even through a translator. I mean, we can't communicate with that way. We can't communicate with dogs in a meaningful way. We can sort of bark orders at them, but we can't have abstract conversations with them about things. And so the idea that we will ever have that fulfilling conversation, I'm really skeptical of. And I think a lot of us are drawn to that. It is maybe a replacement for God to some degree, that father figure civilization that might step in, teach us the error of our ways, and bestow wisdom upon our civilization. But they could equally be a giant fungus that doesn't even understand the idea of socialization, because it's the only entity on its planet. It just swells over the entire surface, and it's incredibly intelligent because maybe each node communicates with each other to create essentially a giant neural net. It has no sense of what communication even is. And so alien life is out there is surely going to be extremely diverse. I'm pretty skeptical that we'll ever get that fantasy moment I always had as a kid of having a dialogue with another civilization.
So dialogue, yes. What about noticing them? What about noticing signals? Do you hope? So one thing we've been talking about is getting signatures, biosignatures, techno-signatures about other planets. Maybe if we're extremely lucky in our lifetime to be able to meet life forms, get evidence of living or dead life forms on Mars or the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. What about getting signals from outer space, interstellar signals? What would those signals look like?
Because we're engaging in xenopsychology to some degree. What are the activities of another civilization? A lot of that is...
What does the word xenopsychology and budget interrupt mean?
Well, and maybe I'm really, but they're trying to guess at the machinations and motivations of another intelligent being that was completely evolutionary divorced from us.
Just like you said, exopsychology, extrasolar psychology.
Yeah, alien psychology is another way of maybe making it more grounded. But we can't really guess at their motivations too well, but we can look at the sorts of behaviors we engage in and at least look for them. We're always guilty that when we look for biosignatures, we're really looking for, and even when we look for planets, we're looking for templates of Earth. When we look for biosignatures, we're looking for templates of Earth-based life. When we look for technosignatures, we tend to be looking for templates of our own behaviors or extrapolations of our behaviors. There's a very long list of technosignatures that people have suggested to look for. The earliest ones were, of course, radio beacons. That was sort of Project Bosma that Frank Drake was involved in, trying to look for radio signatures, which could either be just like blurting out high power radio signals saying, hey, we're here, or could even have encoded within them galactic encyclopedias for us to unlock, which has always been the allure of the radio technique. But there could also be unintentional signatures. For example, you can have something like the satellite system that we produced around the Earth, the artificial satellite system, Starlink type systems we mentioned. You could detect the glint of light across those satellites as they orbit around the planet. You could detect a geostationary satellite belt, which would block out sunlight as the planet transited across the star. You could detect solar panels, maybe spectrally, on the surface of the planet. Heat effects, New York is hotter than New York State by a couple of degrees because of the heat island effect of the city, and so you could thermally map different planets and detect these. So there's a large array of things that we do that we can go out and hypothesize we could look for. And then on the furthest end of the scale, you have things which go far beyond their capabilities, such as warp drive signatures, which have been proposed. You have these bright flashes of light, or even gravitational wave detections from LIGO could be detected. You could have Dyson spheres, the idea of covering it, basically a star is completely covered by some kind of structure which collects all the light from the star to power the civilization. And that would be pretty easily detectable to some degree because you're transferring all of the visible light. Thermodynamically, it has to be re-emitted, so it can act as infrared light. So you have an incredibly bright infrared star, yet one that was visibly not present at all. And so there would be a pretty intriguing signature level.
But is there efforts to look for something like that for different Dyson spheres out there for with the strong infrared signal?
There has been. Yeah, there has been, and there's been, I think in the literature there was one with the IRAS satellite, which is an infrared satellite. They targeted, I think, of order of 100,000 stars, nearby stars, and found no convincing examples of what looked like a Dyson sphere star. And then Jason Wright and his team extended this, I think, using WISE, which is another infrared satellite, to look around galaxies. So could an entire galaxy have been converted into Dyson spheres, or a significant fraction of the galaxy, which is basically the Kardashev type 3, right? This is when you've basically mastered the entire galactic pool of resources. And again, out of 100,000 nearby galaxies, there appears to be no compelling examples of what looks like a Dyson galaxy, if you want to call it that. So that by no means proves that they don't exist or don't happen, but it seems like it's an unusual behavior for a civilization to get to that stage of development and start harvesting the entire stellar output.
Unusually, yes. LIGO is super interesting with gravitational waves. If that kind of experiment could start seeing some weirdness, some weird signals, some that compare to the power of cosmic phenomena.
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole new window to the universe, not just in terms of astrophysics, but potentially for techno signatures as well. I have to say, with the warp drives, I am skeptical that warp drives are possible because you have kind of fundamental problem relativity. You can either really have relativity, faster than light travel, or causality. You can only choose two of those three things. You really can't have all three in a coherent universe. If you have all three, you basically end up with the possibility of these kind of temporal paradoxes and time loops and grandfather paradoxes.
Or can't there be pockets of causality, something like that? Like where there's like pockets of consistent causality?
You could design it in that way. You could be, if you had a warp drive or a time machine, essentially, you could be, you can be very conscious and careful of the way you use it so as to cause paradoxes or just do it in a local area or something. But the real fundamental problem is you always have the ability to do it. And so in a vast cosmic universe, if time machines are all over the place, there's too much risk of someone doing it, right? Of somebody having the option of essentially breaking the universe with this. So there's a fundamental problem. Hawking has this chronology protection conjecture where he said that essentially this just can't be allowed because it breaks all our laws of physics if time travel is possible.
Correct.
Yes. Correct. Yeah. And so we need to put relativity. I mean, that's the point. Is the laws of physics. So you'd have to look at our current law of relativity to make sense of how FTL could live in that universe, because you can't have relativity, FTL, and causality sit nicely and play nicely together.
But we currently don't have quantum mechanics and relativity playing nice together anyway, so it's not like everything is all a nice little fast.
It's certainly not the full picture. There must be more to go.
Yeah.
But
So it's already ripped up, so we might as well rip it up a little more. And in the process, actually try to connect the two things, because maybe in the unification of the standard model and general relativity, maybe there lies some kind of new wisdom about warp drives. So by the way, warp drives is somehow messing with the fabric of the universe to be able to travel faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, you're basically bending space-time. You could also do it with a wormhole or attack. Some of the hypothetical FTR. This doesn't have to necessarily be dead drive, the warp drive. It could be any fast light system. As long as it travels superluminally, it will violate causality.
And presumably that will be observable with light.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. Depends on, I think, the properties of whatever the spacecraft is. One problem with warp drives is there's all sorts of problems with warp drives, but when
like the start of that sentence. One problem.
Yeah, there's just this one minor problem that we have to get around. But when it arrives at its destination, it basically collects this vast. It has like an event horizon almost at the front of it, and so it collects all this radiation at the front as it goes. And when it arrives, the radiation gets dumped on its destination, basically completely exterminate the planet it arrives at. That radiation is also incident within the shell itself. There's Hawking radiation occurring within the shell, which is pretty dangerous. And then, it raises all sorts of exacerbations of the Fermi paradox, of course, as well. So you might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire. I mean, even here it's hard. You might be able to explain why we don't see a galactic empire if everybody's limited to Voyager 2 rocket speeds of like 20 kilometers per second or something. But it's a lot harder to explain why we don't see the stars populated by galactic empires when warp drive is eminently possible, because it makes expansion so much more trivial that it makes our life harder. There's some wonderful simulation work being done out of Rochester where they actually simulate all the stars in the galaxy, or a fraction of them, and they spawn a civilization, one of them, and they let it spread out at sublight speeds. And actually the very mixing of the stars themselves, because the stars are not static, they're in orbit of the galactic center and they have crossing paths with each other. If you just have a range of even like 5 light years, and your speed is of order of a few percent the speed of light is the maximum you can muster, you can populate the entire galaxy within something like 100,000 to about 1 million years or so. So another a fraction of the lifetime of the galaxy itself. And so this raises some fairly serious problems, because if any civilization in the entire history of the galaxy decide to do that, then either we shouldn't be here or we happen to live in this kind of rare pocket where they chose not to populate to. And so this is sometimes called fact A, Hart's fact A. The fact A is that a civilization is not here now, and a civilization is not in present occupation of the Earth. And that's difficult to resolve with the apparent ease at which even a small extrapolation of our own technology could potentially populate a galaxy in far faster than galactic history.
So, to me, by the way, the Fermi paradox is truly a paradox for me. But I suspect that if aliens visit Earth, I suspect if they do, if they are everywhere, I think they're already here, and we're too dumb to see it. But leaving that aside, I think we should be able to, in that case, have very strong, obvious signals when we look up at the stars, at the emanation of energy required. We would see some weirdness, that like where these are these kinds of stars and these are these kinds of stars that are being messed with, like leveraging nuclear fusion of stars to do something useful, right? The fact that we don't really see that, like maybe you can correct me, wouldn't we be able to, if there is like alien civilizations running galaxies, wouldn't we see weirdnesses from an astronomy perspective with the way the stars are behaving?
Yeah, I mean, it depends exactly what they're doing, but I mean, the Dyson sphere example is one that we would discuss, where a survey of 100,000 nearby galaxies find that they have all been transformed into Dyson specters. You could also imagine them doing things like, we read a paper about this recently, star lifting, where you can extend the life of your star by scooping mass off the star, so you'd be doing stellar engineering, essentially. Space, if you're doing a huge amount of asteroid mining, you would have a spectral signature because you're basically filling the solar system with dust by doing that. There'd be debris from that activity. And so there are some limits on this. Certainly we don't see bright flashes, which would be, one of these consequences of warp drives, as I said, is as they decelerate, they produce these bright flashes of light. We don't seem to see evidence of those kind of things. We don't see anything obvious around the nearby stars or the stars that we've surveyed in detail beyond that indicate any kind of artificial civilization. The closest maybe we had was Voyager's star that there was a lot of interest in. There was a star that was just very peculiarly dipping in and out its brightness. And it was hypothesized for a time that may indeed be some kind of Dyson-like structure. So maybe a Dyson sphere that's half built. And so as it comes in and out, it's blocking out huge swaths of the star. It's very difficult to explain really with any kind of planet model at the time. But an easier hypothesis that was proposed was that it could just be a large number of comets or dust or something, or maybe a planet that had broken apart, and as its fragments orbit around, it blocks out starlight. And it turned out, with subsequent observations of that star, which especially the amateur astronomy community made a big contribution to as well, that the dips were chromatic, which was a real important clue that probably wasn't a solid structure then that was going around it. It was more likely to be dust, just chromatic. By chromatic, I mean it looks different in different colors. So it blocks out more red light than blue light. If it was a solid structure, it shouldn't do that. It should be opaque, right? A solid metal structure or something. So that was one of the clear indications. And the behavior of the way the light changed or the dips changed across wavelengths was fully consistent with the expectations of what small particulates would do. And so that's very hard. I mean, the real problem with alien hunting, this is the real
one problem.
Yeah.
One problem with the warp drive, and the one problem alien hunting. Yes.
But I'd say there's three big problems for me with any search for life, which includes UFOs all the way to fossils on Mars, is that aliens have three unique properties as a hypothesis. One is they have essentially unbounded explanatory capability. So there's almost no phenomena I can show you that you couldn't explain with aliens to some degree. You could say, well, they just have some super high-tech way of creating that illusion. The second one would be unbounded avoidance capacity. So I might see a UFO tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day, and then predict I should see it on Thursday at the end of the week. But then I don't see it, but I could always get out of that and say, well, that's just because they chose not to come here. They have this, they can always avoid future observations fairly easily. If you survey an exoplanet for biosignatures and you don't see methane, that doesn't mean there's no one living there. They could always be either tricking their atmosphere, engineering, and we actually wrote a paper about that, how you can use lasers to hide your biosignatures as advanced civilization. Or you could just be living underground or underwater or something where there's no biosignatures. So you can never really disprove there's life on another planet or on another star. It has infinite avoidance. And then finally, the third one is that we have incomplete physical understanding of the universe. So if I see a new phenomena, which Voyager's star was a good example of that, we saw this new phenomena of these strange dips we'd never seen before. It was hypothesized immediately this could be aliens. It's like a god of the gaps. But it turned out to be incomplete physical understanding. And so that happens all the time. In the first pulsar that was discovered, same story. Jocelyn Bell kind of somewhat tongue-in-cheek called it Little Green Man 1 because it looked a lot like the radio signature that was expected from alien civilization. But of course, it turned out to be a completely new type of star that we had never seen before, which was a neutron star, and with these two jets coming out the top of it. And so that's a challenge. Those three things are really, really difficult in terms of experimental design for a scientist to work around. Something that can explain anything, can avoid anything, so it's almost unfalsifiable, and could always just be, to some degree, as you said, we have this very limited knowledge of the infinite possibilities of physical law, and we're probably only scratching the surface. each time, and we've seen it so often in history, we may just be detecting some new phenomena.
Well, that last one, I think I'm a little more okay with making mistakes on.
Yeah,
which is
because it's exciting still.
But it's because no matter, so you might exaggerate the importance of the discovery, but the whole point is to try to find stuff in this world that's weird and try to characterize that weirdness. Sure, you can throw a Little Green Men as a label on it, but eventually it's as mysterious and as beautiful as interesting as Little Green Men. Like we tend to think that there's some kind of threshold, but like there's all kinds of weird organisms on this earth that operate very differently than humans that are super interesting. The human mind is super interesting. I mean, like weirdness and complexity is as interesting in any of its forms as what we might think from Hollywood what aliens are. So like that's okay. Looking for weirdness is on Mars.
That's one of the best sales pitches to do signature work. Is that we always have that as our fallback. That look, we're going to look for alien signatures. If we fail, we're going to discover some awesome new physics along the way. And so even any kind of signature that we detect is always going to be interesting. And so that compels us to have not only the question of looking for life in the universe, but it gives us a strong scientific grounding as to why this sort of research should be funded and should be executed, because it always pushes the frontiers of knowledge.
I wonder if we'll be able to discover and be open enough to a broad definition of aliens, where we see some kind of techno signature, basically like a Turing test. Thing is intelligent. Like it's processing information in a very interesting way. But you can say that about chemistry. You can say that about physics. Maybe not physics, chemistry. Like interesting, complex chemistry. You can say that this is processing. This is storing information. This is propagating information over time. So I mean, it's a gray area between a living organism that we would call an alien and a thing that's super interesting that's able to carry some kind of intelligence.
Yeah, information is a really useful way to frame what we're looking for, though, because then you're divorced from making assumptions about even a civilization necessarily or anything like that. So any kind of information-rich signature, indeed, you can take things like the light curve from Voyager's star and ask what is the minimum number of free parameters or the minimum information content that must be encoded within this light curve. And the hope is that maybe a good example would be from a radio signature, you detect something that has 1,000 megabytes of parameters essentially contained within it. That's pretty clearly at that point not the product of a natural process, or any natural process that we could possibly imagine with our current understanding of the universe. And so thinking, even if we can't decode, which actually I'm skeptical we'd be able to ever decode it in our lifetimes, it would probably take decades to fully ever figure out what they're trying to tell us. But if there was a message there, we could at least know that there is high information content and there is complexity and there's an attempt at communication and information transfer, and leave it to our subsequent generations to figure out what exactly it is they're trying to say.
What, again, wow, thank you for entertaining them. I really, really appreciate that. But what kind of signal in our lifetime, what kind of thing do you think might happen, could possibly happen, where the scientific community would be convinced that there's alien civilizations out there? And what, so you already said maybe a strong infrared signature or something like a Dyson.
Yeah, that's possibly, that's also to some degree a little bit ambiguous, because...
Right, that's the challenge to interrupt, is where your brain would be, like you as a scientist, would be like, I know it's ambiguous, but this is really weird.
Yeah. I think if you had something, I can imagine something like a prime number sequence or a mathematical sequence, like the Fibonacci series, something being
mathematically provable that this is not a physical phenomenon.
Right. I mean, yeah, prime number is a pretty good case because there's no natural phenomena that produces prime number sequences. It seems to be purely an abstract mathematical concept as far as I'm aware. And so if we detected, a series of radio blips that were following that sequence, it would be pretty clear to me, or it could even be a Carl Sagan suggested that pi could be encoded in that, or you might use the hydrogen line but multiplied by pi, like some very specific frequency of the universe, like a hydrogen line, but multiply it by a abstract mathematical constant that would imply strongly that there was someone behind the scenes operating that.
Sorry, stored in which phenomenon?
And that gets a bit of a radio wave. But the information, I mean, we kind of toyed with this idea in a video I did about a hypothetical civilization on my channel. But one kind of fun way, I do want to bring this conversation towards time a little bit and thinking about not just looking for life and intelligence around us right now, but looking into the past and even into the future to some degree, or communicating with the future. And so we had this fun experiment of imagining a civilization that was born at the beginning of the history of the galaxy and being the first, and what it would be like for them. And they were desperately searching for evidence of life but couldn't find it. And so they decided to try and leave something behind for future civilizations to discover, to tell them about themselves. But of course, a radio seems just not going to work there because it has have a power source, and that's a piece of machinery. It's going to eventually break down. It's going to be hard to maintain that for billions of years timescale. And so you wanted something that was kind of passive, that doesn't require an energy source, but can somehow transmit information, which is hard to think about something that satisfies those criteria. But there was a proposal by one of my colleagues, Luke Arnold, which inspired a lot of us antenna signatures. And he suggested that you could build artificial transitors. So you could build sheets of material that transit in front of the star. Maybe one thin sheet passes across first, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 7. So you can follow the prime number sequence of these. And so there'd be a clear indication that someone had manufactured those. But they don't require any energy source because they're just sheets of material in orbit of the star. They would eventually degrade from like meteorites. Maybe that always become destabilized, but they should have lifetimes far exceeding the lifetime of any battery or mechanical electronic system that we could, at least without technology, conceive of building. And so you could imagine then extending that, and how could you encode not just prime number sequence, but maybe in the spatial pattern of this very complex light curve we see, you could encode more and more information through 2D shapes and the way those occultations happen. And maybe you could even encode messages and in-depth information from that. You know, you could even imagine it being like a lower layer of information, which is just the prime number sequence, but then you look closely and you see the smaller divots embedded within those that have a deeper layer of information to extract. And so to me, something like that would be pretty compelling, that there was somebody who would manifest, unless it's just a very impressive hoax, that would be a pretty compelling evidence for this civilization.
And actually the methods of astronomy right now are kind of marching towards being able to better and better detect a signal like that.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's just building bigger aperture in space. The bigger the telescope, the finer ability to detect those minute signals.
Do you think the current answer of the scientific community, another weird question, but just the observations that are happening now, do you think they're ready for a prime number sequence? In the sort of if we're using the current method, the transit timing variation method, like, do you think you're ready? Do you have the tools to detect the prime number sequence?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's 200,000 stars that Kepler monitored, and it monitored them all the time. It took a photo of each one of them every 30 minutes, measured their brightness, and it did that for 4.5 years. And so you have already, and Tesla's doing it right now in another mission. And so you have already an existing catalog, and people are genuinely scouring through each of those light curves with automated machine learning techniques. We even developed some in our own team that can look for weird behavior. We wrote a code called the weird detector. Of course, you know, it was just the most generic thing possible. Don't assume anything about the signal shape. Just look for anything that repeats. Signal shape can be anything, and we kind of learn the template of the signal from the data itself, and then it's like a template matching filter to see if that repeats many, many times in the data. And so we actually applied that and found a bunch of interesting stuff, but we didn't see anything that was the prime number sequence, at least in the Kepler data. That's 200,000 stars, which sounds like a lot, but compared to 200 billion stars in the Milky Way, it's really just scratching the surface.
So because there could be something much more general than the prime number sequence, it's ultimately the question of a signal that's very difficult to compress in the general sense of what compress means. So maybe as we get better and better machine learning methods, that automatically figure out, analyze the data to understand how to compress it. Just you'll be able to discover data that's for some reason is not compressible. But then, compression really is a bottomless pit because like that's really what intelligence is being able to compress information.
Yeah, and to some degree, the more I would imagine, I don't work in compression algorithms, but I would imagine the more you compress your signal, the more assumptions that kind of go on behalf of the decoder, the more skilled they really have to be. Some of a prime number sequence is completely unencoded information essentially. But if you look at the Arecibo message, they were fairly careful with their pixelation of this simple image they sent to try and make it as interpretable as possible, to be that even a dumb alien would be able to figure out what we're trying to show them here, because there's all sorts of conventions and rules that are built in that we tend to presume when we design our messages. And so if your messages, assuming they know how to do an MP3 decoder, particularly the compression algorithm, I'm sure they could eventually reverse engineer it and figure it out, but you're making it harder for them to get to that point. So maybe I always think you probably would have a two-tier system, right? You'd probably have some lower tier key system, and then maybe beneath that you'd have a deeper compressed layer of more in-depth information.
What about maybe observing actual physical objects? So first, let me go to your tweet as a source of inspiration. You tweeted that it's interesting to ponder that if Oort clouds are ever mined by the systems of alien civilizations, mining equipment from billions of years ago could be in our Oort cloud, since the Oort clouds they extend really far outside the actual star.
Yeah.
Mining equipment, just like basic boring mining equipment out there. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about ourselves that are interesting to you, and about possible non-shiny light emitting mining equipment from alien civilization.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the field of technosignatures and looking for life, is you can find inspiration and intellectual joy in just the smallest little thing that starts the whole thread of building upon it and wondering about the implications. And so I was just really struck by, we kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, the idea that stars are not static. We tend to think of the galaxy as having stars in a certain location in the center of the galaxy, and they kind of live there. But in truth, the stars are not only orbiting around the center of the galaxy, but those orbits are themselves changing over time. They're processing. And so in fact, the orbits look more like a spirograph, if you've ever done that as a kid, that kind of whirl around and trace out all sorts of strange patterns. And so the stars intersect with one another. And so the current closest star to us is Proxima Centauri, which is about 4.2 light years away. But it will not always be the closest star. Over millions of years, it will be supplanted by other stars. In fact, stars that will come even closer than Proxima within just a couple of light years. And that's been happening, not just we can project that will happen over the next few million years, but that's been happening presumably throughout the entire history of the galaxy for billions of years. And so if you went back in time, there would have been all sorts of different nearest stars throughout different stages of the Earth's history. And those stars are so close that their Oort clouds do intermix with one another. So the Oort cloud can extend out to even a light year or two from the Earth. There's some debate about exactly where it ends. It probably doesn't really have a definitive end, but it kind of peters out more and more and more as you go further away.
For people who don't know, an Oort cloud, I don't know what the technical definition is, but a bunch of rocks that kind of, objects that orbit the star, and they can extend really far because of gravity.
These objects that probably are mostly icy rich. They were probably formed fairly similar distances to Jupiter and Saturn, but were scattered out through the interactions of those giant planets. We see a circular disk of objects around us, which kind of looks like the asteroid belt, but just further away, called the Kuiper belt. And then further beyond that, you get the Oort cloud. And the Oort cloud is not a disk, it's just a sphere. It kind of surrounds us in all directions. So it's scattered out through three-dimensional in all different directions. And so those are potentially within those and use that as either oxygen or fuel for your rocket. And so it's quite possible. There's also some rare earth metals and things like that as well. But it's quite possible that a civilization might use all cloud objects as a jumping off point. Or in the Kuiper Belt, you have things like Planet 9 even. So there might even be objects beyond in the Oort cloud, which are actually planet-like that we just cannot detect. These objects are very, very faint, so that's why they're so hard to see. Even Planet 9 is hypothesized to exist, but we've not been able to confirm its existence because it's at something like 1,000 AU away from us, 1,000 times the distance of the Earth from the Sun. And so even though it's probably larger than the Earth, the amount of light it reflects from the sun is just looks like a star at that point, so far away from it that it barely reflects anything back. It's extremely difficult to detect. So there's all sorts of wonders that may be lurking out in the outer solar system. And so this leads you to wonder, in the Oort cloud, that Oort cloud must have intermixed with other Oort clouds in the past. And so what fraction of the Oort cloud is truly belongs to us, belongs to what was scattered from Jupiter and Saturn? What fraction of it could in fact be interstellar visitors? And of course, we've got excited about this recently because of Oumuamua, this interstellar asteroid, which seemed to be at the time the first evidence of an interstellar object. But when you think about the Oort cloud intermixing, it may be that a large fraction of comets that are seeded from the Oort cloud that eventually come in. Some of those comets may indeed have been interstellar in the first place that we just didn't know about through this process. There even is an example, I can't remember the name, there's an example of a comet that has a very peculiar spectral signature that has been hypothesized to have actually been an interstellar visitor, but one that was essentially sourced through this Oort cloud mixing. And so this is kind of intriguing. It also, the outer solar system is just it's like at the bottom of the ocean. We know so little about what's at the bottom of our own planet's ocean. And we know next to nothing about what's in the outskirts of our own solar system.
It's all darkness.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things is to understand the phenomena, we need light. And we need to see how light interacts with it or what light emanates from it. But most of our universe is darkness. So there could be a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, this is where your interest is with the cool worlds, and the interesting stuff lurks in the darkness, right?
Basically, all of us, 400 years of astronomy, our only window to the universe has been light. And that has only changed quite recently with the discovery of gravitational waves. That's now a new window. And hopefully, to some degree, I guess, solar neutrinos we've been detecting for, but they come from the sun, not interstellar space. But we may be able to soon detect neutrino messages as even been hypothesized as a way of communicating between civilizations as well, or just do neutrino telescopes to study the universe. And so there's a growing interest in what we call multi-messenger astronomy now. So not just messages from light, but messages from these other physical packets of information that are coming our way. But when it comes to the outer solar system, light really is our only window. There's two ways of doing that. One is you detect the light from the Oort cloud object itself, which, as I just said, is very, very difficult. There's another trick, which we do in the Kuiper Belt especially, and that's called an occultation. And so sometimes those objects will just pass in front of a star just coincidentally. These are very, very brief moments. They last for less than a second. And so you have to have a very fast camera to detect them, which conventionally astronomers don't usually build fast cameras. Most of the phenomena we observe occurs in hours, minutes, days even. But now we're developing cameras which can take thousands of images per second, and yet do it at the kind of astronomical fidelity that we need for this kind of precise measurement. And so you can see these very fast dips. You even get these kind of diffraction patterns that come around, which are really cool to look at. And I kind of love it because it's almost like passive radar. You have these pinpricks of light. Imagine that you live in a giant black sphere, but there's these little pinholes that have been poked, and through those pinholes almost laser light is shining through. And inside this black sphere, there are unknown things wandering around, drifting around that we are trying to discover. And sometimes they will pass in front of those little pencil-thin laser beams, block something out, and so we can tell that it's there. And it's not an active radar because we didn't actually beam anything out and get a reflection off, which is what the sun does. The sun's light comes off and it comes back. That's more like an active radar system. It's more like a passive radar system where we are just listening very intently. And so I'm kind of so fascinated by that, the idea that we could map out the rich architecture of the outer solar system just by doing something that we could have done time ago, which is just listening in the right way, just tuning our instrumentation to the correct way of not listening but viewing the universe to catch those objects.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. It seems almost obvious that your efforts, when projected out over like 100, 200 years, will have a really good map through even methods like basically transit timing, high resolution transit timing, but basically the planetary and the planet's satellite movements that of all the different star systems out there.
Yeah, and it could revolutionize the way we think about the solar system. I mean, that revolution has happened several times in the past. When we discovered Vesta in the 19th century, that was, I think, the seventh planet for a while, or the eighth planet when it was first discovered. And then we discovered Ceres, and there was a bunch of asteroid objects, Janus. And so for a while, the textbooks had, there was something like 13 planets in the solar system. And then that was just a new capability that was emerging to detect those small objects. And then we ripped that up and said, no, we're going to change the definition of a planet. And then the same thing happened when we started looking at the outer skirts of the solar system again. We found Eris, we found Sedna, these objects which resembled Pluto. And the more and more of them we found, make. And eventually we again had to rethink the way we even contextualize what a planet is and what the nature of the outer solar system is. So regardless as to what you think about the debate about whether Pluto should be demoted or not, which I know often evokes a lot of strong feelings, it is an incredible achievement that we were able to transform our view of the solar system in a matter of years just by basically, charge coupled devices, the things that's in cameras. Though the invention was to detect objects further away, much fainter, and revealed all of this stuff that was there all along. And so that's the beauty of
Yeah. How is it? Pretty different. Oranges. Dan soalnya sudah bedrijven en allemaal chaos zo. No, stuff in it, so.
Mm, 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 mm.
I've had my computer laptop out and had problems with the connection. But information I'm sharing get hacking doesn't help. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity. Left it's up to you guys.